Oh, I know, right? Oh, pardon me. Hey, what's going on? Thanks for being here, guys. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Boys only today. Mary Santora is out. Poundcake is back in Studio G because he's a real G. I was at AlanCoxShow.com, just part of my preparation here for beginning the show. And I was also having a brief conversation pre-show with Rob, who's our program director, about vasectomies. I'm having one on Friday. I'll be out on Friday getting snipped. And I go to AlanCoxShow.com, and right there, there's an advertisement for, well, it's all wiener stuff. There's an advertisement for prostates. Well, not an advertisement for prostates. It's an advertisement for something having to do with your prostate. I assume, I didn't click on it. Maybe they're selling prostates. I don't know. We're about to enter a brave new world of anything goes. And so I don't know if prostates are going to be on the open market. Maybe they are. There's an advertisement for generic Viagra. Is that something you want to take a chance on for people who buy Viagra?
Yeah, I think it's...
Do you care if it's brand name?
I think you're all right with the generic.
You think so?
Because it still has to be approved for use.
Yeah, okay. But isn't there, like, when it comes to those things, don't they say to be really, really diligent because there's a difference between...
They say everything. But also, who are they saying to be diligent for? They're saying so that you still buy the name brand stuff because that's where they make more money.
Well, right, but I mean in the legalese part of it, my understanding is that there's a difference between FDA approved and FDA something else. I forget what the other thing is, but like one of them means that they go, this won't kill you. So kind of caveat emptor.
Is it going to get hard or not? That's all we're worried about over here.
I guess so.
You ever tried doing that?
Have you ever tried Viagra?
I have not.
I haven't either.
I've never.
Well, I would think for purposes of, like, if you're out there and you're single and you're still doing it, you want to make sure that there's no, especially, let's say, for a gay dude, all right, like you, Poundcake. You're out there, you want to make sure that there's no second guessing. You want to be able to perform when you need to. And so you pop the little blue pill or whatever it is, maybe a weekender. But you're afraid to. Why? Because it would create heart problems or what? Your vasovagal response is going to be all thrown off? Oh. Oh, so superstition is whether. I guess as a single dude, what's the downside to being reliant on it? You pop what? Oh, but not the generic. No, I understand. I'm just... Okay. Yeah. You didn't want to do it right now, did you? Because I'm going to need, why don't you go get yourself a drink?
I'm going to need 35 minutes to an hour.
Uh-huh. Understood. Dr. Penis approves. Yes, you do. Just not in that way, maybe. Yeah, right. I wonder if it's inevitable, though, because, for all of the advertisements that we run, and, a lot of it has to do with just people's general health. And there's a lot of dudes Listen, I'm 51. There's a lot of dudes a lot younger than I am who have issues with it. I've never had a problem with it. But that's got to be down the road. I wonder if it's down the road. If like one day it'll just happen and I'll be like, well, I guess I got to take pills from now on or something. Limp. Okay, well but that was a mental thing, not a physical thing. Yeah. Because what does Dr. Berglund always tell us when he's in here? He goes, it's a mental thing for a lot of guys, right? He goes, it's not the libido, or it's the
desire.
The desire, the libido. That. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Well, there's a lot of guys that don't want to have that conversation, so before they do anything, they pop a blue pill. Sure. A hairy mole. Honey, that's all that stands between you and I and a valuable sex life. Yeah, you got to play past it, right? Yeah, you do. All right, let me take a break here. Got another $1,000 for you around 2:30. Be listening for a bunch of those keywords about 30 past every hour, and you get a crack at $1,000. It's no Powerball, but it's $1,000 in your pocket. So 2:30 is the next one. You want to text me for something? 35192. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
This holiday season, give the gift that explains the unexplainable. The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book. Available now. Order at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
The Alan Cox Show.
Hey, how you feeling? You okay? WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to send me a text. About 9 minutes away, 2:30 is going to be the next chance for you to grab yourself $1,000 and go fund yourself. Am I getting him now?
I don't know. Poundcake talk a little bit.
Whoop, hold on. There he is.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. I want to
hear
make
you.
sure we were being told people couldn't hear you on the live stream.
On the live stream, yeah. That's
on YouTube.
played
I
it
got
back.
levels over here.
Okay.
Talk.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, there he is.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
All right.
all right.
You didn't hear him talking about his not need for erectile dysfunction pills. So.
I know
You
I
missed out. You missed out.
Ah, the Sildenafil kid strikes again.
What am I peacocking for, man?
You tell me. I saw you went to Studio West 117 over the weekend.
Yeah, man. Oh my
That
God.
brand new LGBTQ Thunderdome there on the edge of Lakewood.
Dude, that place is ridiculous. We didn't even see like the other half of it. Like it was.
The lesbian side?
No,
I didn't know if it was segregated.
No, it's not segregated. But there's a couple restaurants, and then there's like a rooftop patio bar, and then I think like there's a symposium where the fantasy used to be.
I don't think you're using the word you think you are.
There's a place that was called the Symposium, by the way.
There was?
Yeah.
Is that what he's talking about?
Yes.
But that wasn't where
Oh.
the fantasy was. The fantasy was up a level.
Oh, the place was called the Symposium.
Yes.
Oh, okay. He said there was a symposium. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, but I think they still call it the symposium.
Oh, okay.
I think it's still called there.
Gotcha.
I think, but I don't know. I didn't go inside that part because I heard it was still under construction or like it was still having renovations done.
They're
so
still building that place out?
I think probably a part of it. Maybe the part where the fantasy used to be, they're still
Wow.
building. But I think because I was seeing.
Well, the part where the fantasy was on the second floor, and that's where the pirate ship was.
Okay, well then that's what they're still building on. We didn't
Okay.
go to that area
Did they
at
keep
all.
the pirate ship?
I hear they are. They're building around it.
Yeah.
They're gonna keep it. So I had never been in the fantasy to begin with, so I didn't
Man,
know.
I haven't been in the fantasy in a long time.
Yeah, so
But that used to be where I would spend a lot of weekends and stuff because there'd be a bunch of punk bands that would
Sure.
go through there, and I'd go and check those out. And
the thing
A lot
is,
of people's
a lot of
formative
shows.
a lot of
Yeah.
people's formative years were spent over there.
I was there and I was walking around and I'm like, oh my God, I don't recognize anybody, which is a good thing. Because I
Yeah,
didn't.
because you're always talking about how you've run into every single gay person in the area,
Well,
which is numerically impossible.
at
but
Twist, I thought I did because I'm like, I see the same people around there. But this was different.
isn't that more because every place has its crowd that goes? I mean, that's just
Sure.
because you go to the same place all the time.
I guess Twist would be considered like a local gay bar, a local bar, like a Hawk or like a Vibe.
The old Bounce.
The old Bounce.
When we
man.
lived in Ohio City,
God,
Bounce
I
was
miss that place.
it was popping all the time.
One of the old owners that listens to the show, he called in a couple times. He was like, "Hey, I used to run Bounce. Do you remember me?" And I'm like, "No, I don't." 'cause
I
was-
remember you. You were standing in the corner sipping seductively, waiting for people to.
Oh, I was like in there
Buy you
18 and
drinks.
over. Yeah, I was 18 back then, and I had cute boys buying me drinks.
Uh-huh.
But regardless, this place was different just because all the men there were like, I feel like 30 and up, and none of them seemed to be like from inner city Cleveland. They seemed to be like on the outskirts.
Well,
like,
no, it's a new place to go for people that have disposable income.
It's a destination place.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, we have a destination.
That's why it's perfect for you, because these
Metro
are dudes
gays.
coming in from the suburbs, and they're going to go right back home to the suburbs. It's perfect for you. This should absolutely be your new haunt. It's not far from you.
It's not far at all. It's like maybe 7 minutes.
Yup.
From me, or right down the road.
Walkable.
I wouldn't say that.
It depends on how much you want to walk.
I walked to your house before, and it took about 40 minutes.
You
it's-
walked from your apartment to my
Yeah,
apartment?
because we went to Twilight at the zoo the one time. I left my car at your
I
place.
didn't know you walked.
And when I went to get my car in the morning, I walked there. I just walked my dog there. It was fine.
Lakewood to West Park.
Yeah, it was like
40
a
minutes.
40-minute walk. It was like a little over 2 miles. It wasn't that bad.
You see, they actually have like a track there, so I'll just drive my car to Studio West 117, and then I'll run around the track a couple times. But yeah, no, it was outer city, like just metro gays. I was like, wow, people just come from all over as a destination, and this is like their new little neighborhood. Because I didn't recognize anybody except one.
Well, that's what they want. They want it to be a huge draw.
And there, I saw like the great.
Can't survive. You can't survive in just people from the neighborhood. It's like $100 million fortress over there.
I don't know how much it cost, but it was
A
expensive.
lot of money.
Were there any breeders there?
No, I didn't see any. It was great.
Is it going to feel weird when Bill and I show up, start hanging out?
Well, you guys won't be let in.
Why?
Because
We won't be let in?
I won't let you in.
Oh, you won't let us in.
I'll make sure I put your pictures
right.
on the wall.
What,
Don't
my
let
money's
these
no good here?
No good.
Oh, come
It
on.
has to have rainbow colors and glitter.
Usually when they tell you your money's no good here, it's a compliment. They mean you're not going to have to spend a dime. It's taken care of. I got money to spend. I want to show up.
Yeah, all those
Have fun.
all the guys there was spinning paper. They had their little booths and little fireplaces set up, sipping seductively. All of them had hair on their chest and little streaks of gray in their hair.
You just wait until Bill and I show up some random weekend and we start It's going to be like
In the
moths.
boobs.
Moths.
In the boobs.
We get some boobs for ourselves. Moths to flames. We're going to be drawing all these dudes away from you. And then we'll see whose money is no good there.
I'll go to another part of it where you
They
won't even
need
see
anybody and everybody patronizing that place.
You're not allowed there. They won't let you in. They physically won't let you in.
Who's they?
The bouncers. And
They won't let me in.
They're not going to let you in.
Huh.
You look like you're up to no good. You're just
I
there
do?
Yep.
Man, that's a nice thing to say to me. I look like I'm up to no
You
good.
look like you're up to no good. You're just there
Wow.
to be a fly on the wall and watch people.
I do
That's
have
what you say
resting
you like
bitch
to do.
face. That's true.
Yes, but I have the actual option of taking someone home. Like I actually
You don't know what
would-
Alan does.
I'm not there to take anybody home. I'm there to spend my money. I'm there to contribute to the neighborhood and the community. It's not even my neighborhood.
He's
and
being an ally.
I'm there to contribute and to show support.
That is
And
my
you're-
neighborhood.
Right. And you're telling me, nope, can't get in.
No, you can't get it.
And
Well-
I can walk there. And I will walk
Well,
there.
you go walk there.
And you won't keep me out of there.
That's right. They know better than anyone else that they will not survive just waiting on the largesse of suburban gay men.
Oh, yes, they will.
No, they will not. They need everybody because for every person that goes once or twice, they've made a decision whether or not it's worth the trip. And for some people, it won't be. They'll go, I got a sus bar in my neighborhood I can go to. You
Nah,
know?
this isn't just no ordinary bar.
I understand.
And the food was pretty good too.
What, you went to the restaurant or did
Yeah,
you?
they have a pizza place and then they have like a sit down restaurant and
What's it called?
it's called Muse.
The Trailhawk? Oh. Muse.
Mad. And it was delicious.
Man, in this
The
restaurant.
food's so good it causes an uprising.
Sure, I get it because it's Muse.
Yeah. So we ate there and then I was walking.
What did you have?
Some chicken and I forget what it was. It was like chicken, honey, and rice or something.
Mhm.
And then after we were done, I was walking around. I was like, how do we get to the rest of the stuff? And of course, there's a gay there with press-on nails and I don't know, a cape, a robe, perhaps. And he was like, "Oh, this is your first time here? Walk up the steps, take a right, and they'll take you to your
Oh,
destination."
they have like a docent. Like when you go to a museum,
yeah.
they have an old lady that kind of walks you. This place, they've got a docent. Now, is every brunch there going to be drag brunch?
It can be.
I bet, right? Yeah.
Well, they had like a little stage like in the middle of the room where I know that a drag queen just stands up there, does a couple hops, and then walks around and collects her money. And then there's
Like do a couple more hops.
little couches and pillows and everything. Like it was legit. I had never seen that many gays because I looked at the dude I was with. I'm like, where did all these gays come from? I was like, I've never seen these people before in my life, which was a good thing. But then I see one person, and everyone knows this one gay because I call him like the Great Gaysby because every event he's like, "Oh, this is your first time here? We've been to the soft opening." I'm like, "All right." And
Ain't nobody want to go to the soft opening of a gay complex.
That's right. You get that generic pill.
And yeah, so all the dudes there were like, it was a lot of them. They were spinning paper.
Yeah.
And they were ready to have some fun, and they were drunk. So I was like, wow, Cleveland is now a gay destination.
Lakewood is.
Asking ye shall receive.
Yeah.
Once again, Cleveland or Lakewood is.
Right.
Yeah, but even
They've
still,
come full circle.
even when Lakewood was, they didn't have that many gay bars. Like, it was gay because we just inhabited that place. It wasn't because they had anything for the gays. They didn't really have gay-themed bars or, gay-themed roads. Can we get, like, a rainbow crosswalk now, since that whole neighborhood is essentially gay? They got flags everywhere. I want something.
It's like a legit boys' town now.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's exciting.
I want drag queens to be, like, directing traffic. Like, this way, get carried away with it.
Wow. All right.
Tip the
You wanted to work another job?
I didn't want to do it. I wish a bitch would have retired.
I know, but I'm saying, like,
He's one and done.
They got enough to do. They don't need to be directing traffic, and also, I don't think you got enough traffic over there that you need anyone over there directing traffic.
Any bumper to bumper yet.
Oh.
Go pardon the pun.
There wasn't that many places to park.
Well, that's true.
They better
Parking over
figure
there
that out
stinks.
then. I mean, you can't put a complex that large in the neighborhood and then not figure out traffic.
I was thinking
They don't have like a car park on top or something?
No.
Really?
No, it's all just street parking.
Oh,
over
that's
there.
that's a big swing and a miss.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh boy, they better figure that out.
Well, just up the street. There's a family, like a big parking lot for a business, but I don't know if they let people park there when it's closed.
Ain't nobody gonna come out from the
they gotta figure
suburbs if
that
they got to
out.
find street parking.
Right.
I mean,
right.
that's like a regular club. Most clubs either.
I mean,
you pay
same
a
thing
lot-
over at Twist. Then there's no
Yeah.
parking over there. All of Lakewood's garbage for parking.
You're absolutely correct.
I've got to give you some money here. It's $1,000. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. You get one of these an hour, so make it count. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword credit at WMMS.com. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
There goes the runner. Fly ball down the right field line. Tucker comes on. Kyle Tucker. This time they finish the job. The Houston Astros, world champions.
There's the Houston Astros winning the 2022 World Series. I still don't like when they say world champions, but I mean, that's the parlance of professional sports. So it's fine. It is the first time in almost a decade that a team won the World Series at home. Astros won it there in Houston, 6 games. The Boston Red Sox won the World Series at home, Fenway Park, 2013. 4-1, Houston, Philadelphia, for people who were paying attention to it. The guy who was really paying attention to it, we've talked about a little bit, is that Mattress Mac. This is a guy who owns a furniture store there, and he places these outsized bets. That's putting it lightly. And he really, really wanted the Astros to win because he'd win $75 million on a $10 million bet, and he won. He says a lot of it goes back. He kind of has to offset these promotions he does. So it's like, I'm curious what would happen if this guy didn't win. Because a lot of this money, he runs promotions where if you spend $3,000 or more at my store and the Astros win the World Series, you get all your money back. So I don't know how many people took advantage of that, but a lot of this money that he won, I'm sure he'll have a little bit left over.
Yeah.
But this guy...
I don't think he had a $75 million weekend.
No. But still, this is a guy that, like, places his bet in like March or May or way ahead of time. So he's a homer, but he was, I think he got into an altercation with like a Phillies fan or something. That was in the news last week.
That's unheard of. Philly fans are so chill.
But not only that, but this guy was probably really stressed out. This guy was probably on edge because it makes headlines and, this guy's always in the news when there's these big sports championships where Houston's in the World Series a lot. But he won $75 million on this last bet.
The entire city's excited about the Astros. Astros are hot. Phillies are a great team. Should be a great series. I'm predicting the Astros in 6. Go Stros! Let's go. Let's win this game and win the World Series tonight.
So that's him and everybody else freaking out. Now, the more conspiratorial among us, and there's no shortage of those people around, wonder how this guy predicts Astros in 6 and proceeds to place this bet way in advance and then goes on to win $75 million. You think there's anything going on behind the scenes here?
I don't think so. I think it's
You
one
think
of those
he's
things.
that lucky? Because this guy wins a lot.
But he also has lost before, too, because he's doing one of these bets pretty much every year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he's lost a bunch, too. And it's not like they were a terrible team. Betting on the Astros in the past 5-6 years, not a bad bet to make.
Right.
They're one of the top teams. They have the best pitching staff. They have a great line. Like, they're a good bet to win the World Series.
Early in the season, he bet $3 million on them to win the World Series, and he also plunked down $1 million with another book, sports book.
And then didn't he?
He spread them out.
He had like a parlay too. I thought that went into this. So
he spread them out.
Yeah.
He's dropped like $2 million at MGM and $2 million at Barstool and all this stuff. So Caesars takes the biggest hit from his win. They have to pay out $30 million. So this guy Mattress Mac, who somewhere along the line bought himself some new teeth. But he's a 71-year-old dude, I think, and he's a homer. He's the guy that let people stay in his store on the mattresses during the hurricane.
Yep.
When all the local televangelists were locking the doors on their mega churches. Mattress Mac is understandably a beloved local figure there.
good for him.
Good for
Happy
Mattress
he won
Mac.
$75 million. Meanwhile, we're all waiting for the $1.9 billion Powerball tonight because no one won on Saturday.
Somebody sent me the link to the payouts state by state. 3.99% state tax in Ohio. So with a $1.9 billion, we're running ads for it, obviously. And before the show came on, I was listening to one of the ads. And it sounds ridiculous when the guy goes, today's total payout, $1.9 billion. But that's what it is. So they break it down based on if you took the annuity, the annual payment, or if you took the lump sum. And if you won and took the annuity, after taxes and all that stuff, you'd get $37 million a year. If you took the lump sum, you'd get about $549 million. Sorry, so you'd get a little under half.
Nah, I want it all right now. I want it.
Or maybe
all
way
right.
under half. Yeah. Anyway, because state tax varies state by state, and Ohio's is among the lower. You talk about New York. It's almost 9% state tax, which is why a lot of people complain about New York. Puerto Rico, there's no state tax on lottery prizes. You can play the Powerball in Puerto Rico.
Let's go play in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, let's get down there.
I feel like
Hey,
$1.9 million you
got
can
time.
buy Puerto Rico.
we've got for $2 billion, you can buy Puerto Rico.
I mean, the population is like under, what, 500,000 people?
Puerto Rico.
Are you buying the
We love
people?
Puerto Rico.
Should ask that guy. I'm
You
sure
just-
he knows.
Buy all the land and move them out somewhere.
Huh. Move them out where?
I don't know.
How many people in Puerto Rico?
Like probably 500,000.
3.3 million people in Puerto Rico. So not 500,000 people.
Wow, Puerto Rico's so small, though. They're all like probably on top of each other.
Well, there are a lot of places that are densely populated. Yes, look at Japan.
Ooh.
A lot of people there. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us messages there. It's 216-986-8903.
Good afternoon, Cleveland. Well, what a weekend it was to be a Philadelphia sports fan. And while I guess the best of the dynamic for Cleveland was the enemy of my enemy is my friend, for us here in Philadelphia, it was something. And I'm sure folks know at this point about the Phillies losing, but they probably were not all aware that our Major League Soccer franchise called the Philadelphia Union also had a championship game.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear about this?
No.
They,
what?
On
the
Saturday.
Philly is the first city ever to lose two major sports championships on the same day. They lost the World Series, and their soccer team lost the MLS championship
Oh, yeah.
on the
okay.
same day.
And also lost. making Philadelphia the first city in the United States to lose 2 major league championships, sports championships, on the same day. So I realize that the Cleveland sports fans have suffered woeful seasons for quite a number of years. I can appreciate that, but I dare Cleveland to beat that metric. I'll talk to you later.
That is Bill. He is one of our bureau chiefs out there in the South Jersey, Philly area.
That'd be very tough to pull off in Cleveland just because we don't have a soccer team. We don't have a hockey team.
Yeah.
So those are the ones that you're most likely going to have at the same time: basketball and hockey, soccer and baseball.
Yeah.
And so we can't even really compete for this. So congratulations to Philadelphia, because this is something they can hang their hat on forever.
Phillies lost to the Astros, and the Philly Union in Major League Soccer lost to L.A.
LAFC, not the Galaxy.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. LAFC.
Yeah. They have 2 clubs out there now.
There you go.
Yeah.
Most popular sport in the world.
But not in America.
Isn't Galaxy who David Beckham was playing for them, right?
Yeah, that was.
Hello, I'm David Beckham. I play for the Galaxy.
I kick a ball for the
I kick a ball
Galaxy
in your direction.
They first had
My wife was a Spice Girl.
Hello.
Still is.
She was Posh Spice. She was skinny and hot.
Still is.
I got to take a break. If you want to text for something, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Make a gift. Save a life. The time is now. Homebase.org/iHeart.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Play the snare drum. Let's play double time for the hi-hat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Play a little faster. Double bass. This is rock and roll.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to shoot me a text. AlanCoxShow.com to watch. Thanks so much to Beefy Wekwak for helping out today. Back there in the video department.
Good job, BP.
Beefy. Thank you so much, sir or madam. Your Cavaliers, boy, are on a hell of a streak. They beat LeBron and the Lakers last night, 114-100. There was a nice little viral piece of video going around among Cleveland sports Twitter accounts of that big Kevin Love LeBron block.
Yeah.
It was nice.
That was very nice.
Fun to see.
I enjoyed it. I'm pumped. The way they beat the Pistons on Friday was fun, too.
Oof.
They were down.
Pistons didn't even break 100.
They didn't have Garland or Donovan Mitchell, and they still won decidedly.
112-88
Yeah.
was the big win there in Detroit. They were in L.A., 114-100 last night. They are still in L.A. tonight to play the Clippers. That's Ty Lue, former Cavs coach, now running the Clippers. 10:30 tonight.
Yeah, late one.
10:30, West Coast game. They'll be on the road for the week, going up and down the coast there. They'll play the Kings, Warriors, then back here to play the Timberwolves on Sunday. Sunday. We'll sell you a ticket for the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge. So 10:30 tonight. Here on the Buzzard, Cavs basketball. So 10 o'clock is when Cavs Live pregame will begin. Hear it here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. But they're on a hell of a run.
They are. It's real fun to watch. They're such a fun team.
Hashtag let them know.
Let them. Not them. Let them.
Hashtag
know.
let them know about the Cleveland Cavaliers. I would like to get that started. Listen, I got Romo Fijo started, all right? People tell me that they listen to police scanners, and CPD refers to it now as Romo Fijo.
Love it.
It's geotagged on some social accounts as Romo Fijo.
I think they keep taking that one down, and then people put it back up.
We're still geotagged out at Oak Tree, by the way, on socials.
Yeah,
I keep shooting emails to management. I'm like, we're still geotagged out in Independence, by the way. And nevertheless, not a issue of great urgency, but whatever. So hashtag let them know when you go. They've already got let them know. I want to start.
You want to start
hashtag
another one?
let them
Okay.
know.
All right.
Yes.
Whatever.
Yes.
Whatever makes you happy,
For
man.
the AC Cavs
Whatever
boosters.
Makes
Alan,
you happy.
The ACCB.
I don't know if this is new or not, but your swoop is looking extra swoopy today. It's like a big, I don't know, just swoop. I'm looking at it on the live stream.
Well, I have a little bit of a swoopy. Yeah, I got a haircut last week, and I said, give me the Lisa Lampanelli.
It's huge.
And that's that's just
It's got some flop to it.
I guess so.
It's got a little-
I got some flop.
Yeah.
You can see right there. Yep.
It's very Dawson's Creek.
It's a little. I don't know what that means, but I had to make an appearance at the big sales meeting this morning. So
you were the influencer of the week.
Influencer of the week. I wanted to make sure that I looked good for our sales department. You know, we work amongst these people every single day, but when I have to have the spotlight on me out there in the suite, I wanted to make sure that I looked appropriate and that I was prepared to speak to our sales staff.
How'd it go?
En masse. It was great. It was fine. They're good people.
Yeah.
And we're kind of Bill's done this. Bill's been influencer of the week. And they're just, we're there to tell them what they already know, basically.
Yeah.
That this is a wildly popular show, and we're always available to help them in any way that we possibly can. And then they go about their day and do other things.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we hear from them. Maybe we don't.
But
that's fine. We're just there to keep them in the loop as to what we're doing here.
Without us, there's no them, and without them, there's no us, you know? We work together.
Hashtag let them know.
Let them know.
So, yeah, Poundcake, your assessment of my swoop is probably
correct.
Probably on. Yeah, it wasn't by design, though. It just kind of happened that way.
I spent the weekend hanging out with Bobby Kelly. We had a good time.
Right.
So he got in.
Oh, good for you.
I'm so bummed that he didn't make it on Friday.
But he got in Friday. He did his shows. I went and hung out and watched his set. Dude is just one of a kind funny. Like
I heard he's skinny again.
He is. He got the surgery, so we talked about that a lot.
Oh.
He got like a sleeve, so it makes his stomach smaller. He's lost over 100 pounds, and he's feeling a lot better and just getting back to being more mobile and wants to live longer for his kid, stuff like that. He's got a better attitude on life.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. We did an episode of his podcast here. We came and recorded it on Saturday.
Is that You Know What, Dude? Is that
Yeah.
I know, he's got a
You know
few,
what,
right?
dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Bill Squire's amazing.
One of the funniest guys ever.
He's not woke at all.
Right.
It was great. And so we recorded a very fun episode of his podcast, and that'll be up next week, I believe. And then afterwards, we went and got lunch. And so there's a restaurant. I don't want to say which restaurant it is, but
You don't want to blow him up, or you don't want to give him free advertising?
kind of a little of both.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's great food. It's just a unique way of ordering.
Mm-hmm.
So if you sit at a table.
Does it rhyme with schmapotle?
No.
Oh.
No. No, this is like a East 4th restaurant. This is a fancy restaurant.
Okay.
And if you sit at the table, you do the QR code, which we're used to that now.
Yeah, for the menu.
For the menu. But then you order it with your phone.
Okay. I
The
prefer
server doesn't,
I
the
prefer
server
that.
doesn't come over and tell you what you want, but you have to order. So, but that means like
They're
if
just glorified
everyone-
food runners now.
Yeah, if everyone at the table is trying to order, like we were trying to get different orders.
How many people in your party?
It was just 2 of us.
Oh. You
So
mean
that-
in
that
case it was a
okay,
bigger party,
right?
be
In case
a
a
cluster.
bigger party would be a pain in the ass. But it was just the 2 of us. But we still moved to the bar. We're like, we can just go tell the person at the bar what we want, right? And they're like, yeah. Like, all right, we're gonna go sit at the bar then instead of sitting at the table. I don't like it. I didn't like that.
You think this is because of ye old staffing issues, or
I think
a
it's
lot
a
of
little
these
of both.
A lot of these restaurants are like, look, we're going to have to get by with fewer people.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just embrace the technology that allows us to do that.
Right.
You scan the QR code, it comes up
scan-
on your phone, and then you
Hands
order
up,
your food.
And then you order your food right on the phone, which I feel like there's instances where I would like that. It might actually be better if you're with a bigger party because you just get your order and then you pay for it. You don't have to split up the check or anything like that. So that could be.
Does it suck for the
handy.
servers because people might feel compelled to tip them less because they're just not around as
You
much?
didn't do anything.
Probably. It probably does suck for them. And
I
I don't
think-
even know if they're really servers. I think the person that was working the tables was just a food runner.
Yeah.
I don't even think they were a server. I think they were just basically just running the food.
And I feel like-
answering questions if they had to, but that was about it.
And I feel like if that's the case, you get compensated for like your losses. Like if you're not getting tipped because
Who gets compensated?
like if you're a waiter in that aspect, you probably get a higher hourly wage.
No, you
rather.
don't.
I mean, if
They're
you're a
looking for reasons to pay people less in this food service
If
industry.
you're a food runner, I don't know how they do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was just a different experience. But the food's fantastic, and I will continue to go to that restaurant. But
No
that was
restaurant. I mean, having worked in fine dining for many, many years, no restaurant owner ever has said, "Hey, we know you guys might be making a little less money because of technology. Let me make up the difference." No one has ever. The restaurant business, if you are not at 110% capacity every night, you're losing money. The margins are so razor thin on every kind of restaurant.
But it was good food. But I could see that, like, if that was something I was doing with my parents, I feel like that'd be a nightmare. Trying to
They would hate to do it.
to try
They
and show
wanna
them
see
how
it.
to use the app and everything like that. If I was out with grandma, anyone older that does, I mean, she doesn't even have a smartphone, so she couldn't even order at a place like that. She doesn't
Well,
even-
maybe is it the kind of places maybe trying to weed out the olds?
maybe.
Yeah.
Little ageism.
Well, I don't know. You know, passive ageism. They're like, hey, there's plenty of older people that are tech savvy that get
Yeah.
in. I'm sure you saw people in there that were, over 50.
I don't know.
Other than Bobby.
I think Bobby was the oldest person in there.
Wow.
Honestly.
All right.
I think there was a family sitting at the table. It was like not prime hours when we went in there because in between lunch and dinner, so it wasn't packed.
All right.
It was.
But the food was good.
Food is great. I love the food there. And then we went and got some. I took him on over and we got some shoes because he was wearing these ugly shoes. Well, you can't wear those ugly shoes.
That's a hell of a day,
on
boy. Let's
stage.
get dinner and some shoes.
Yeah, we had like a little day date.
Yeah.
Well,
it was lunch and some shoes.
I haven't seen Bobby since the bowl cut.
Yeah,
and
he was the one that gave you your bowl cut for your polar blast punishment.
We go back a long way, so like just catching up on everything, and it was just a nice hang with him because I never get to see him.
Sure.
So it was just a good time to just catch up with him. Got him a nice pair of yellow shoes that like these are gonna pop on stage. He's like, I thought the jokes were supposed to pop. I'm like, everything needs to pop a little bit. Like you're a big star, man. You gotta have better shoes than the ones that you're wearing.
Yeah. What
it's like,
if?
But they're so comfortable. I'm like, you can get a comfortable pair of shoes that's not dirty. Get a clean pair of shoes.
What if a line falls a little flat? People go, no, we got the shoes.
But they got those shoes.
The
They got those yellow shoes.
Make up for it.
Yeah. And he lives in the suburbs of New York now. And he's not going into the city as often and just hanging around downtown with all the homeless and other things going on. He's like, it was kind of funny because I've seen him in his New York state of mind back in the day where he just blows right past that stuff.
Right.
And he kept getting yanked into conversations. He's like, I've lost it. This old lady started talking to him and then started asking for money. He's like, I know what she was going to do.
He got soft.
Yeah.
It happens to the best. Was he live in Westchester County? Is he up north?
He's up there.
Yeah, it happens to the best of you. I mean, living in Pittsburgh made me soft when I ended up moving back home. Because you get into a certain way of life, and then you're plunged back into, like, hyper-urban living. You go, oh, right. I have to recalibrate my entire approach to people.
I have to remind the homeless guys on East 4th that they already asked me for money, and I said no. They're not even paying attention. I go, you just asked me. Because there's one guy, he does this whole thing where he's like, I can tell you where them shoes are from. And in his whole thing, he goes, they're from right there. Now give me $1 or whatever. And I'm like, this you didn't tell me anything. This is the dumbest thing. And I also don't have cash. But he did it to me. And I was like, I don't got any cash. I don't know what you wanted to do that for. And he's like, man, you said you're a man of your word. I'm like, you talked and I just stood here. I didn't say any of these things. And then 5 minutes later, he comes up to me. He's like, hey, I bet you I can tell you where the shoes are from. I'm like, bro, we just did this.
Don't you remember me? I just cussed you out.
I'm offended now. I'm like, I thought I would be memorable enough. 5 minutes.
Your shoes weren't even memorable.
Oh, it broke my heart.
See, I did the reverse last week. I was walking down here to Heinen's to get something to eat, and there was a homeless dude in a wheelchair, and I didn't have any cash, so I was like, sorry, pal.
Was he kicky-footing?
Kicky-footing?
Were his legs moving?
Uh-uh.
Okay.
No,
I did see a lady in the wheelchair, and she was using her feet to move the wheelchair, and I think that's cheating.
No, he was doing the Roosevelt. He had the blanket on his lap.
All right.
But he's sitting there, and I go, no, I'm sorry, man. But on the way back from Heinen's, after I got my food, I had cash.
Mm-hmm.
And he was still there. So I'm like, if he's still there, I'll give him some money. And that's what I did. And then went about my day.
I felt really bad because I was driving into work today with my window down, and I got right there. I take like West or East 14th to get here, and I was right at that little intersection before you get into like the city, and there was a homeless guy right there, and it was a reflex. I didn't mean to do this because it's hella rude. It was just a reflex. My window was down, playing my music, and then I got right in front of him. He looked at me, and I rolled the window up.
He went,
it was a reflex. I not that he was going to charge me or anything, or like he was asking for money. It's just like, I couldn't be bothered. It was just, and the light turned green, and then I went. But I was like, oh my God, Cody, you are a dick. Like, you can treat
you're
him
not
like
obligated to give anyone money.
But just acknowledge his presence. Like, I can give him like the head nod, like, I see you out here fighting the good fight, something. But it was just not paying, didn't look at him, knew he was there, and just rolled my window.
You just straight up said, I'm in a higher class than you. I don't even want your breath in this car.
Oh my God. And he was like,
No,
right
because Poundcake knows he's 2 pay periods away from being homeless. So he's like, I got to keep my eyes forward.
Yeah.
Man.
I just thought about that. I was like, the optics of that didn't look really good. Like, it didn't look nice. I didn't mean anything by it, but I couldn't really justify it as to why I did that.
Oh, and when
Sir, do you have any money? What? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
That's exactly right.
Just keeping my eyes forward, sir.
And I was listening to Whitney Houston's Higher Love, too. So it's just like...
that's right. That reminds me that another Whitney Houston type death happened.
Oh, Aaron Carter died.
Yeah.
Yeah. They found him in his bathtub.
Go ahead. I'm waiting for y'all to finish.
What? I was done. I think by now everybody's heard the story.
Nope. Call him a crackhead. Say that he
I don't know that he was a crackhead.
He was a crackhead.
Whitney Houston was a known crackhead.
Have the same energy.
Just because they died the same way doesn't mean they died because of the same thing. I don't know anything about...
Whitney Houston didn't have a face tattoo, okay? Aaron Carter
What
looked like...
the hell does that have to do with anything?
I'm just saying, Aaron Carter looks like he took every drug known to man. And yet y'all
Aaron
give him
Carter's,
the benefit of the doubt.
He was just a troubled boy, and he was doing his best.
Oh, I can't stand you guys. I want to roll up the window on this conversation. You guys are so...
No. Aaron Carter, from what I understand...
was a crackhead.
Was very publicly struggled with this stuff. Whitney Houston, every chance she got, deny. Crack is whack. I don't do that stuff, all this. And they find her at the bottom of her tub. So Aaron Carter was very publicly struggling with substance abuse for a long time. This poor dude, you talk about peaking too early. And I don't know much about him. But there have been people doing all these tributes and stuff. Backstreet Boys, his brother Nick Carter, his older brother's in the Backstreet Boys. They were in London last night. So, of course, they do a dedication to him and a whole thing, and it's all sad. But Aaron Carter, he started putting out albums when he was 9.
Yes.
He's 34 when he dies. So he in his brother's shadow. But, I mean, he was a little kid. He was 12 when his album went triple platinum. Like he's opening for the Backstreet. That can't be... Here, I'll play you a little bit here. Now, I think that's like an old Jets song or something. I've got a crush. Yeah, from the 80s. And so he covers that when he's 9. He put out an album earlier this year. He was tweeting that, like, life's good and he's going to get himself, he's...
His music sucked. Like, thinking back on it just did not...
Okay, have some respect.
Again, I'm sure 90s kids know these songs inside and out. I don't.
I know I Want Candy. That's How I Beat Shaq, Aaron's Party.
Right. Well, I Want Candy was a cover. How I Beat Shaq was like, he beat Shaquille O'Neal in a game of horse, and he goes, I'm going to do a song about this. That was a kind of a catchy tune, but yeah, they found him in his bathtub. He lived out in Lancaster, California, which is in the middle of nowhere. It's like in the Mojave Desert. And his house, he didn't have some massive house. It looked like a house you might see on any suburban upper middle class street. He was engaged to his girlfriend. The neighbors apparently said that it was a nightmare living next to these two because they were doing what you might think they were doing. They're blasting music all night long and getting into arguments with things. And he and his girlfriend or fiance were constantly screaming at each other. So blah, blah, blah. But it's all very sad.
Incredibly sad.
They found him in his...
Show respect, Poundcake.
Found him in his bathtub around 11 in the morning on Saturday. And, but yeah, he got famous really young. And not everybody can handle it. Once you start doing the face tattoos, boy, I mean, some people are going to turn out like Post Malone. Everybody else is going to turn out like Aaron Carter.
But it's not even like his fault. His handlers.
That's what we're saying.
But what I'm saying is
it was Whitney's fault. It's not his fault.
Well, Whitney.
That's what we're trying to tell you.
That's what we're trying to get into your brain is Whitney made her decisions. Aaron Carter had decisions made for him.
You know what? All right, that's it. We need to go commercial break.
Listen, she is the best crackhead singer of all time.
Yes, she is.
You guys are so rude. You guys are awful. awful human being.
Oh, come on.
And you complain that I rolled the window up on a homeless guy.
I didn't complain. I think it's hilarious. You don't have any obligation to give somebody money. It would have been a nice thing to do as a functioning human being in the world.
That's what Whitney would have done.
But that's what Whitney would have done. Instead, there's Poundcake waiting at the red light. Sorry, sir, I can't even see you. I'm pretending I don't even see you in the periphery of my eye. I'm looking straight forward. I'm not even acknowledging you as a living person.
If he would have just came up and did the... I'm like, no, go away.
Right.
Go away.
Right. And there's some people who freak out. They're like Clark Griswold anywhere that they get within the city limits. They're like, roll them up. It's like, yeah, it's not like you cross into Cleveland and there's immediately homeless people there. But anyway, Aaron Carter. Gone too soon. 34 years old. People are sad. I don't know that anybody's shocked. But, when you read that these guys, by their own admission, are like getting things together and I'm doing well, you're pulling for him. He has a son named Prince. But he was on Dancing with the Stars. He's done things along the way. There's this show called The Doctors, this daytime TV show called The Doctors, and he went on there a few years ago. He's been to rehab a bunch of times. But he was engaged and, so. I know Mary, she's out today, but wasn't she a big Backstreet Boys fan or is she in sync?
She was
no, Backstreet Boys.
Backstreet Boys.
Okay. Well, I got to take a break. Poundcake's right. I got another $1,000 for you at 3:30. Listen for those keywords to go fund yourself. After the break, you want to get some basketball under your belt? I got tickets for the Cleveland Charge. We'll get you to one of their games coming up. You okay over there? You want some G League ball? The Cleveland Charge are taking on the Motor City Cruise. Saturday the 19th. So I'll get you a couple of tickets for that over at the Wolstein Center. And 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeart
Warriors for years.
Okay.
For like 7 or 8 years.
Mhm.
So,
By the way, I've been informed that our show will not be heard outside on the speakers after Friday because that's the day.
it's too funny and it's distracting traffic.
It's too
And
funny.
it's making people laugh so hard that they're bumping into each other on the sidewalk and crashing their cars and stuff like that.
You are
That's probably the
absolutely
reason.
correct. That's right. That was right when the booger eating segment was happening. It was out here all kinds of. Now, granted, there's no traffic out here on Euclid that gets going that fast. When there's traffic at all, you pretty much got the run of the streets down here in Cleveland. It's pretty nice. Never much traffic. However, these outside speakers that we used when we were having people do that dumb Smashing Pumpkins trivia a couple of weeks ago, we used our outside speakers. And this Friday, the Mark Nolan Show is going to flip Magic to Christmas music as custom dictates. And so from that point on, I've been informed that it will be Christmas music out there on the speakers. Now, that makes me happy. I never wanted my show out there on the speakers to begin with, and I told them that. I said, I don't need people getting upset because they happen to walk by, don't know what I do, aren't familiar with the show, but they happen to walk by and heard something. I don't need that. And they were like, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. And so far, it's been fine. But you won't hear me complaining when it's all. Now, you might hear people walking by complaining.
Mm-hmm.
Please put that douche back on.
Enough with the Christmas.
Enough with the. But, plenty. We talked about this last week. Unbelievably, there have been dozens of radio stations around the country that have already flipped to Christmas music. And our very own Magic 105.7 will flip this Friday. I don't know when, but it's a big to-do with Mark Nolan at the helm, as it should be. If anybody knows what they're doing over there, it's Mark Nolan.
Yeah, Mark seems to be pretty good at his job.
Yeah, he knows what's up. He's a pro.
I wonder if
He's got that television and radio experience. Is Poundcake still taking winner call?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I got a couple of messages on the app for him.
I'm good.
Okay.
I can talk now.
Aaron Carter suffered from mental illness and substance abuse, so tell Poundcake to shut his face.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. Wait.
Now, clearly, that's another guy who suffers from mental illness and substance abuse because he took it very personally. What did you say? What is he taking umbrage with that you said?
I don't know, but I can't imagine that Whitney Houston, being a black woman in a field that's predominantly male and white.
Here we go.
I'm just saying, they
being a pop star is predominantly male, white. Since when?
She was an anomaly, and
she was a pop star.
Everyone would roast her because they said that her music was too white.
Who
They used
are
to
all
call
the-
her Whitey Houston.
But who are all the?
They used to call her Whitey Houston, and you know
But
it.
that's got nothing to do with men. Who are all the white male pop stars?
And also, could it have had to do with the fact that she was smoking a white substance?
Yeah.
No, it's not about being a white pop star. The field is the managers, the agents, the producers, everyone behind the label was predominantly white.
Oh, no, you don't mean the performers. You mean
No.
that the part of the industry.
They love the black voice, but they don't
Gotcha.
like the black person to have a voice. And
What about all the black pop stars and artists who have no problem with substance abuse?
like who?
Oh, but you could throw a dart and find somebody in music who isn't doing cocaine and crack.
But
why do you think she was such a standout?
Whitney Houston wasn't a standout because of the drugs.
Correct.
That came after. She was a standout because of the voice.
Right,
So,
but there are plenty of pop stars who haven't had that problem.
but they weren't to Whitney Houston's caliber, and she.
I guess that's a matter of maybe not for her time, but you can look at people who
She was an anomaly.
But you can look at people who are, but the business was different then too. You can look at people now who are pop stars who wouldn't be considered an anomaly because they're not drug addicts.
Correct, but if you want to talk about because Aaron Carter dealt with mental illness, you think Whitney Houston being all the pressure that she was under, she was trying to fight for her voice as a woman and as a black woman and, try to maintain a little bit of her integrity? You think she didn't have mental illness?
I agree with you. That guy
from
took umbrage at what you said. I agree with you. I think anybody in her position is going to end up, maybe you didn't start there. You're going to end up having a screw loose somewhere. Drinky, smoky.
You're going to do something. And
that was the name of her album of songs from the vault that were never released. It was called Whitney's Drinky, Smoky. But that guy wants you to shut your face.
I won't.
Your whole face.
I won't.
I'm not even telling you to.
Y'all need to have the same energy towards Aaron Carter that you did towards Whitney Houston.
What's the fun in that?
Shut up, Poundcake.
Nope, Nora, I will not have the same energy called Aaron Carter.
Also, you can't on the one hand say that she was an anomaly and a standout and then say people should treat her and Nick Carter, Aaron Carter, the same. They weren't. He wasn't anywhere near her caliber.
It's even more sad because he was a child, and I feel like the people around him if people say, oh, Whitney Houston wasn't listening to the people around her, she was surrounded by a bunch of yes men, and that may be true. That very well may be true, but she was an adult.
Did she have any yes women?
Maybe. Robin Crawford. But Aaron Carter, he was a child, not even of like...
Yeah, his first hit when he was 9.
He didn't have handlers. He had chaperones. And you think all those men out there didn't take advantage of him or like the women take advantage of him? He doesn't know anything about money or accounting or, what comes from where. They can take advantage of him mentally. They can gaslight. They can take advantage of him physically or financially. So
Bieber could have gone that way.
Bieber.
A couple of weird turns and Bieber could have ended up like Aaron Carter.
But it was also a different time. And I think he was looked after. I think by the time Aaron Carter was essentially the first Justin Bieber.
But also, people taking advantage of artists
is nothing new.
Right. It's not time sensitive. But the ways to do it have changed, but the inclination to do it has not changed.
But everything on paper seems like it shouldn't have gone the way it had gone because he came from a showbiz family. His sister had a record deal. His brother was a part of the biggest groups on the planet. I would think if my brother was a part of this big group making millions of dollars, wouldn't you think my management would be on point because I want my brother to have the best? My older brother's going to look out for me and make sure I'm not taken advantage of in this business by people in suits who think they know better. Okay, whatever, fine.
I'm sorry, I've got to play you off because, listen, everything you're saying is probably absolutely correct, but I must move on. I've got $1,000 here to give to you. It's a chance to go fund yourself. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps and give yourself some money. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword check at WMMS.com. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
You can always leave us messages if you like. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is available to you. It's 216-986-8903.
Alan, Caleb, and Kent, listen to the podcast from Friday. You're talking about your vasectomy. Just a little piece of advice. When you do go back to take in the samples afterwards, after you handle the ham candle into the cup, pay attention to where you put that sample. I walked in, went up to the window where the appointment sign-in book was and set the cup right there. And the very nice registration lady got super aggressive and yelled at me because I wasn't really paying attention. Just proud of myself, happy this thing's getting done. And I kind of missed the, small stainless steel door about 6 feet to the right of the registration desk to put the sample in. So she aggressively cleaned her desk with a Lysol wipe while staring at me the entire time. Love you, bye.
Oh, imagine that. You don't see the thing that specifically says, hey, put your samples through here.
Yeah.
Caleb triumphantly walks up with a full cup, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, and slaps it on this woman's desk. Take that. Why don't you? Ugh. That's why that's why they
glaring at me like that. I'd be like, "Ooh, give me another cup."
Yeah,
I'm way too into this.
Where were you before I walked in?
Yeah, right.
I mean, they want that. You talk about everybody's doing contactless now. Sperm banks have been dealing in contactless for a long, long time. Less contact there is. Dealing with potentially biohazardous materials. No, I'm getting snipped on Friday, so we'll be doing a live show on Friday, but I'm going to take every precaution. And thank you, Caleb, for reminding me. I'll be taking every precaution to follow whatever protocol there is. So I would already be looking for the slot to put my thing in when I go back. It'd be nothing for me to submit on Friday when I have the procedure. But coming back, they got to check you periodically to make sure your swimmers are dead. And it will be a new era for me.
Alan Cox, Super Sperm.
And I'd be lying to you if I wasn't a little, I'm not trepidatious, but I'm curious what this new era will usher in for me. So I'll be spending the weekend sitting on a bag of frozen peas.
That's exciting.
As custom dictates.
Can it be corn? Does it have to be peas?
It could be corn. Sure. I think any frozen small kernel, because, it doesn't matter what it is, right? As soon as I'm done with it, that's what we'll be having as our side for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
So whether or not it's sweet niblets or frozen peas, maybe, because I always need frozen fruit for my smoothies in the morning, maybe I'll get a bag of frozen fruit and I'll sit on that, right? In the process, defrost it with my newly snipped nether regions, and then throw it in my smoothie for Monday morning. That sounds like a plan. But I am excited. Hey, Woody.
Alan.
What's going on?
How's your day, brother?
So far, so good.
Yeah, sit on some frozen berries on your cut berries. That's
Yeah.
a good idea after that.
There you go. You get me.
But yeah, hey, you guys were just talking about homeless people and the interactions that people have, throughout the day and throughout their lifetimes. This happened. I got a funny. I don't know if it's a funny story, but it's kind of a weird story. It happened literally 2 weeks ago. Me and my crew are on the east side tearing off this big roof, and tearing off roof is a very, very dirty job.
Sure.
This day, I'm sure everyone knows that. So, you get pretty dirty. You get pretty scrungy looking. One of the guys I work with ran down to the local gas station to get a pack of smokes at lunch.
Mm-hmm.
And he walks in, walks out, and he's opening his pack of smokes to grab a smoke before he's got to go back to the job site. And this woman walks up to him and goes, "Here, honey, take this," and hands him 50 cents. He goes, "Go get a warm drink." And he's like, "Ma'am, that's my $46,000 pickup truck here. You almost door dinged when you pulled up here, so I'm not really homeless." And so they had a good laugh about it, I guess. And
laugh because he was mistaken for being homeless.
Yeah, because he looked. We come off us look like coal miners or railroad bums, but he's standing there in front of his new Chevy truck, and he looked homeless. And this woman was doing the right thing by trying to help some guy out, but he's like, "I'm not homeless, ma'am. I'm just."
Why did he feel compelled to correct her rather than accept her charity in the spirit in which it was given?
Well, after they laughed about it, he goes, "If it would have been $1, I would have took it and not said anything." But it was only 50 cents.
50 cents. Yeah, she thought he was homeless in 1960.
Yeah, that's what So, I don't even get a warm cup of coffee at a gas station.
You got to account for inflation. Everything's expensive.
Yeah, but this happened 2 weeks ago, and he brought it up a couple days ago, and you guys are talking about homeless people. I'm like,
yeah,
wow, that's just because you look homeless doesn't mean you are homeless.
That's
I guess,
right. But if they ask you for spare change, they probably are. Okay, thank you,
Cleveland,
Woody.
you can walk outside butt naked. You go to Cleveland Heights, they're going to arrest you, say you raped somebody because you're butt naked. The police is running it all.
That lady, not homeless. She just wanted her Obama phone, if you recall. I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192 to do that, and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
What would you do if you weren't doing this?
I could be a movie critic. I'm great at, during football games, commentary.
Why don't you contact your old high school and do high school games?
Oh,
like, why not?
That'd be great. And they pay well, too, with that, right? You get a free hot dog after every game.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Every month,
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text? AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Thanks to Beefy Wekwak for helping out back there in the video department. Much appreciated. Mary is out today. Your Cavaliers are in a hell of a stretch. 8 wins in a row. I beat LeBron and the Lakers yesterday. They will play the Clippers tonight. The Clippers and Lakers play in the same spot, right? So they're back there. The Forum, is that what it is? Kia Forum?
No, it's
Staples Center?
Crypto.com.
Oh, right.
That one. Because it was Staples, and it became the Crypto.com arena of
It's going to age well.
basketball. Yeah.
Cavs, Clippers tonight, 10:30 here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Keep in mind, all month November, you can use the promo code PUMPKIN for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. There's retro Buzzard merch there. Move a few hundred pieces of Buzzard merch a month. People love it. And there's always something new up there, too. So if you haven't been to CLE Clothing Company website for a while, you should go, because it's rare that you'll leave that site going, I didn't find anything. Or just walk into one of their stores. But use Pumpkin either way, and they'll take 20% right off the top for you. Haunted Joe. Hello, Haunted Joe.
Hello.
Hi, what's going on?
Well, you talked about getting a vasectomy, and I had mine back in 1991 on Christmas Eve.
Why Christmas Eve? Was that the only availability, or was it you wanted them to open your package one last time?
Oh, it was ex-wife. You know, it was the only time we could get off and stuff like that. That wasn't a good way. It wasn't a good way of putting it.
She's your now ex-wife?
Oh, yeah.
You got a vasectomy and then got divorced.
Yeah. This is a long story for that, but I had a weird doctor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy had done 1,000 of these things, but he was like demented, you know, like to make fun of things and stuff like that, like saying, "Oh, I don't think we need to take that out of the way." And
you're talking crap to you when he was doing it.
Well, no, you mean he was kind of making jokes to make you less nervous?
No, there wasn't nothing going to make you less nervous, man. They're hacking at you with a razor and stuff, shaving you and stuff like that.
Well, and
Gosh.
Yeah, Joe, in the early 90s, they were doing that, yes. My procedure is going to be all robots and stuff.
Well, why do you go? You got what? You probably shave yourself, man. You probably
I do.
Well, we don't do that. Yeah, man, I'm old. Okay,
I take care of business myself, and they tell you to do that now. They go, "Hey, shave yourself, because we ain't going to do it." Because you get in there, I'm going to look like a couple of unpeeled, hard-boiled eggs, son.
You're going to look like a toddler. That's what you're
that's
right. But the guy was making fun of me, talking about all kinds of stuff. Then he starts poking around with them tweezers, and my ex-wife is laughing her head off because I got tears in my eyes and stuff like that because they couldn't find one of my
one of your vesicles.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. Well, let's hope that I don't run into any roadblocks like that on Friday.
Oh, my gosh, man. He's holding them tweezers by the tips of his fingers trying to dig around, poking me and stuff. And I mean, you could feel that all the way up to your tonsils, man.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, thank you, Joe. I love people. They just love to give me their vasectomy horror stories from 30 years ago. Because I get it. It's no fun to call me and go, "Hey, man, it went great. No worries." Our own boss was in here before the show because he didn't realize that's why I was out on Friday. And then he's telling me his story, which was a little bit more complicated than he had planned on it being, the procedure, right? Nothing crazy, but just it required a follow-up visit that he hadn't anticipated.
Right.
People love telling me their stories. I go, listen, I know
you're going to the best.
I know Ryan Berglund.
You got nothing to worry about.
This guy is the OG. He's the Thanos of viable semen. He's going to murder all mine. That's what I'm looking forward to. He's going to murder all of them. So, anyway, Thank you. Why was he haunted, Joe Poundcake? Did he explain that part to you?
He was the one that talked about like his haunted experiences on the show like last week. I forget.
Oh,
what
so he
said
calls
specifically.
himself Haunted Joe.
I mean, people come up with their own nicknames.
No,
and
that's
I just
fine.
put it in
I
there.
appreciate it, yeah.
Yeah, he was the one that called in to talk about something that happened to him with ghosts or something like that. Probably related to ghost bags, but I'm not sure.
We were talking about Philadelphia. Philadelphia lost the World Series, lost the Major League Soccer World Championships to LAFC. So they are the first, supposedly the first city ever to lose 2 major sports championships on the same day. But there is reason for you in Philadelphia, our bureau chiefs out that way, South Jersey, Philly. There is reason for you to be joyous and excited and triumphant this Monday because of the guy named Alexander Tominski. He hadn't planned on this being a huge crowd event, but it turned out to be that. This guy set out to eat 40 rotisserie chickens in 30 days. He wanted...
Okay.
40 days, for a chicken a day. And he wanted to be on the map for this. They call him the Philadelphia Chicken Man. He's a young dude. Looks youngish. And he set out to eat 40 rotisserie chickens. Maybe this guy can replace the TikTok monkey, for your mom. They've got something in common.
Be my mom's new idol.
Yeah, something. He posted a thing right before Halloween. Come watch me eat an entire rotisserie chicken. November 6th will be the 40th that I've eaten an entire rotisserie chicken. And so he posted this, and it went wide on Twitter and on the net. There were corporations sending their well wishes. He got support from John Fetterman, who's trying to be the next senator there from Pennsylvania. Purdue Farms wanted to give him free chicken. He said, no, thank you. Probably never wants to see a chicken again. His Uber driver taking him to the Walmart parking lot where he was going to eat his 40th chicken. The Uber driver told him that they had heard about it. And he said, I didn't think that everybody was going to show up. But a lot of people came and showed up. And he wanted to keep the party going. So he ate. This guy's really, really excited about this. He's there in a white tank top. He's surrounded by hundreds of people. And right there at the South Philly Walmart, people who live out that way and might be familiar. This guy ate 40 rotisserie chickens in 40 days.
That doesn't seem that wild.
Well, it just seems, all these things
lack
are
of variety,
unnecessary, but it also seems like labor intensive. You got to pull all that. You can't get a bone shard in your throat. You can't get there's a lot of bones there. A lot of bones, right? Pound cake rotisserie chicken's a whole chicken, right?
Yeah, but you don't eat the bones.
No, that's what I'm saying. But you still have to pull the meat off the bone.
Yeah, but those things are so tender, it falls right out the bone.
Does it?
Yeah.
They're supposed to.
Every rotisserie chicken I've ever had, I had no problem getting the meat off the bone.
Okay. So, the 40th day ended up just being good for him because everybody there in Philly, because of the Phillies and the soccer team, people weren't very happy. They weren't feeling like they wanted to party. But this guy took it upon himself, I guess, to get everybody excited about something. Joe in Philly, you want to kick this guy's balls? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, screw this guy. 40.
Joe is in Philly, isn't he? Yeah, screw this guy. All right, tell me why.
Yeah, 40 rotisserie chickens, 1 rotisserie chicken a day for 40 days.
Yeah,
Not
nothing.
impressed whatsoever.
I'm with you, Joe.
Aren't
Not
these,
impressed.
what am I missing? Aren't these whole chickens?
Yeah.
So he ate.
You're telling me
They're not that
you
big.
can't eat a whole rotisserie chicken in one sitting?
I've
Like,
never
who are you?
tried. I'm sure I physically could, but I wouldn't want to do it for the next 39 days in a row.
Right. I mean, it can be done. It's not impressive. It's not a feat of strength. It's nothing to be admired. Like you just eat one.
Well, no,
chicken a
I mean
day.
none of these dumb eating things are to be admired. But I'm just saying it fell on a day. His timing was impeccable. He couldn't have planned it better to have the 40th day fall on a day where Philadelphians really needed something to be happy about. They needed to feel like they got a win. Right? The bell's cracked. Rocky doesn't mean anything anymore. The Phillies flop. They look to this guy and they go, all right, we got the chicken guy. We've got something, right? They got the chicken guy. And here Joe swings in on a vine and immediately calls this guy's accomplishments into question. Joe.
You want to impress me?
Yes.
Eat a turducken. Eat a turducken for 40 days. Don't just eat one bird.
That's
eat
a
all
feat.
Of the bird.
Yeah.
Eat a turducken once a day. Well, that sounds like it'd kill a man.
Even just eating a whole turkey every day. Woo. Now you're talking.
So you're saying that what amounts to a rotisserie chicken in and of itself is not impressive. Eating one is not impressive.
Not whatsoever. Not
Really?
at all.
Wow. I mean, I'm not all that familiar with the size and girth of a rotisserie chicken.
They're not that
but-
big.
Really?
And
They're
for
small,
a full-grown man?
They're like game hens. I thought they were.
It's not the size of a turkey. It's the size.
Well, no, I know that, but I mean,
it's this big.
Right, but still, to eat a whole chicken.
Yeah, but you're just eating. It's protein. It goes down easy.
Huh.
I think we need to call. Mrs. Brown on
Teresa,
this one.
yeah.
Ms. Brown.
She's
and get her
probably
opinion.
asleep right now.
Yeah, she's asleep, and because Poundcake's a grown man now, he doesn't want to do what he did when he was a child, which is wake her up all the time.
Well, it's not anything I needed. I'm not going to wake her up for you guys, but I'll wake her up for something.
If he needed something,
if he needed something,
was
he
an
would do it.
emergency.
Right.
She's
What would
programmed
you
to wake up.
What would you need as a grown man that would require you to call your mom? What would rise to the level of you waking your mom up now?
Oh my God, there's a spider, and I don't know if
A spider.
Yes.
Not to help the show, a spider. He never thinks of the show first. Bill.
No, not at all.
Bill thinks of the show first. I think of the show first. Obviously, I can't expect everyone else here to be as invested in my show as I am, but he would call his mom to have her on with me to ask her something. Nope, not going to do it. Joe, this guy I have
Walmart
back there.
chickens,
This Walmart. Okay. So, Joe, your team, no chicken. Your team, turducken.
Yeah, Team Turducken and Team Eagles. I am done with the Phillies. They suck forever.
They
the
suck
Flyers
forever.
They not win one time, and then you're just off.
But
the
wasn't
bandwagon.
this the first time they made it to the World Series in a long time?
Sure, we can say that. It was the first time they made it to the playoffs in a long time.
All
But
right.
I'll tell you what, you got to strike when the iron's hot. If they didn't win this time, they're not winning for at least another 20 years.
Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, I know that Mike Schmidt was pretty broken up about it. Lenny Dykstra, no love for any of these guys. The legends. Who else? They had Chase Utley and Steve Carlton and all these guys. No love for those guys.
They all suck.
Wow. None for Jimmy Rollins or okay. Thank you.
Yeah, be safe.
Drop kick me. That's not what I wanted. I wanted Mike Schmidt talking about the Phillies losing the World Series.
Some 18 years ago, I left Dayton, Ohio, with 2 very bad knees and a dream to become a Major League Baseball player. I thank God that the dream came true.
Oh, poor Mike Schmidt. Nobody's more broken up than him about the Phillies not winning the World Series the other day.
Oh, he gets
so upset.
emotional.
Oh. Pete Rose, for God's sake. Who else? The golden age of the Phillies. What's his name's dad? The country guy. The bald guy that wears the hat. Tug McGraw.
Tug McGraw.
Right?
I would not have got that.
What's the singer's name? His dad was Tug McGraw. But who's the singer?
Tim McGraw?
Tim McGraw. Yes, thank you. Tug McGraw was his dad, I believe. None of these guys getting any love from Joe out there in Philly. John Kruk. Remember John Kruk?
Oh, John Kruk. Gotta love
Oh,
John Kruk.
come on. John Kruk. Guy was a caveman. Alan, a rotisserie chicken equals about 2 pounds at best in deboned meat. Yeah, that sounds like a lot to me.
That's all I'm surviving off
2
of
pounds
right now.
of meat sounds like a lot to me. Maybe not to.
Well, it depends on how.
Maybe it's me.
It depends on how you're taking it.
He's got a whole day to eat one chicken, somebody says.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, but I'm getting the vibe that he's eating it in one sitting. He's not spreading it out throughout the day. Chicken for breakfast, chicken for lunch. Alan, give me 10 days, I can eat 40 chickens easy. All right. Well, maybe this is where I part company from the common man. Maybe it's me that I don't understand that. Not that I don't understand it, but that I'm more impressed by it. A whole chicken is not that much. There's a lot of bones and waste. Wow. All right. Well, anyway, this guy got hundreds of people out there to cheer him because they needed something. These are people who, a week prior, were climbing greased-up utility poles downtown Philly, blocking the streets.
We've been deprived of a Philadelphia celebration, and it could have been the other way. It could have been them celebrating 2 championships in one night. The soccer hooligans and the baseball fanatics, and then we get nothing.
Oh, God.
I hate you, Astros. Oh, I guess they couldn't have done that. I mean, if they had timed it out right, there could have been that, but we were deprived of that.
Imagine Philadelphia with a soccer and World Series win.
Mm-hmm.
See, it would have exploded.
And the Eagles playing really well, so later this year there could be an Eagles Super Bowl. It'd be just the city would be gone.
Yeah.
It would be gone.
Yeah. Well, they were celebrating, soccer fans are celebrating there in Los Angeles. They also, by the way, this weekend had the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony. It used to be you had to wait quite a while to see it on HBO, but they will show it on HBO Max on the 19th of this month. So you'll only have to wait a week from Saturday to see it. And I feel, the last couple of times it's been here in Cleveland. Well, I've gone, since I've been in Cleveland, I've gone every time it's here. You went this last time.
Yeah, that was my first
both
time going there. Yeah.
And it's a lot of fun. They moved it to the Romo Fijo. It used to be over at Public Hall. But I can only remember 1 or 2 times where the All-Star Jam actually happened. A lot of times it just kind of fizzles out because it's so long.
People leave.
Yeah,
people get drunk.
The acts get drunk. Yeah. Well, this time, everybody's up there with Dolly Parton. We didn't see. Dave Grohl is playing guitar with Lionel Richie.
That's awesome. Yeah, we didn't get the All-Star Jam last year. We got a lot of great great stuff last year, but we didn't get that. Did Eminem pick up a guitar and start playing?
I don't think so, no. But everybody's up on stage. Dolly Parton got in. I'll show you this if you're watching the live stream. Everybody gets up and sings Jolene with her. It's Sheryl Crow, and it's Rob Halford because Judas Priest got in. There's Rob Halford singing Jolene with Dolly Parton.
Amazing.
Just a bald-headed, old, bearded dude. You can't even hear him. You barely hear her. This is fan video. But he's up there as excited as I'll get out. And Zach Brown Band, I think, is playing something. And, there's Sheryl Crow. But, boy, Rob Halford. I love that guy. I was blowing leaves this weekend and listening to Judas Priest the whole time. I see Doogie this morning here at work. She goes, I drove past your house when you were blowing leaves. What were you listening to? You look like you were fully in the zone. She doesn't live that far from me. So occasionally, I got my headphones on. So if anybody honks, I don't hear them. I go, Priest, man, that's leaf blowing music. And I imagine Rob Halford was singing Please Don't Take My Man at the top of his lungs. Of course he was. So we'll see all this. Duran Duran gets in, and then they get up there and have to tell everybody that Andy Taylor has terminal cancer, and that's why he's not there. So everybody's all bummed out about that. They couldn't have enjoyed being inducted that much. Andy Taylor's got stage 4 cancer. He doesn't have much longer to go. Carly Simon couldn't make it because both of her sisters died within a week.
Bofa,
her sisters.
Bofa, her sister. Oh, that's so sad, but Bofa.
Bofa.
Always makes it.
Bofa, her sisters.
That's how do Both of her sisters.
Both of her sisters.
How did they die?
One of them had something and the other one had another thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That clears it up.
No more questions there.
I'm not
something
a
in another
doctor.
thing.
I'm not a doctor. Her two sisters died of cancer a day apart.
Sheesh.
Yeah. Joanna and Lucy Simon. Joanna was 10 years older than Carly Simon. She was 85. She died of thyroid cancer on Wednesday, and her 82-year-old sister Lucy died of breast cancer the next day. So there's got to be a part of her that's really, really sad, but also like, I'm getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, man.
Yeah.
And now I can't go.
Can't even enjoy it.
So they had
Upstaged again.
Yeah. So they had Olivia Rodrigo and some other people sing You're So Vain. But Judas Priest finally getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They are only the third metal band ever to get in, besides Metallica and Black Sabbath.
Insane.
So
it's insane.
For people who complain that there's a bias in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame against heavy metal, they're absolutely correct. And I'm not sure why that is, but for Judas Priest to be the third metal band to get in, since the inception of, in 30 years, it's nuts. Robert Downey Jr. was there to induct Duran Duran because they played his 50th birthday party a few years ago. And Dave Grohl played guitar with Lionel Richie. So we didn't get it here in Cleveland, but they will pare it down because it's a long ceremony. It's a long night, but they cut it down to an easily digestible 120 minutes or so, and it'll air on HBO Max on November the 19th if you want to watch it. That's a week from Saturday. So, yeah, Dolly Parton and Eminem were, I guess, the two most quote-unquote controversial nominees because she originally turned down their invitation. She's like, I don't believe, or I don't belong in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But they were like, no, we got to have, we're still going to give the award even if you don't come. And then Eminem, But they have a wild time. And it's a lot easier to get people to show up when they do it in L.A. or New York than Cleveland. Half the people live around the corner. Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo got in. He's from Cleveland. They've got roots here. I imagine that Neil Giraldo and Pat Benatar would have preferred to get inducted when it was in Cleveland. But there it is. So the 19th, if you want to watch it, it'll be over on HBO Max. I got a break. After the break, I will have another $1,000 for you. Right around 4:30, listen for that next keyword. They come pretty fast, all told, but each one of them's got a shot for you to win $1,000, so that's on the way. 35192. Want to text for anything else?
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. WMMS weather.
Overnight, mostly clear, a low in the upper 30s. Tuesday, mostly sunny with a high in the lower 50s. Wednesday, sunny, warming up to the lower 60s.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Did you know tires from Conrad's include everything you need to deliver maximum life and performance?
Right now, get up to $140 off instantly on a set of 4 eligible Bridgestone tires when you use your Bridgestone CFNA credit card.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Doogie here. Eligible customers get Verizon Home Internet for free. Yes, you heard that right. The Affordable Connectivity Program, also known as the ACP, is a U.S. government program here to help provide homes across the country with access to Internet services. That's why when you pair the ACP with the Verizon Forward program, eligible households can receive Verizon Home Internet for free. There's no surprises or extra fees, no annual contracts or data caps, because when Verizon says free, they mean it. So now everyone in the family can stream, search, and video chat. Get ready to experience fast, reliable Verizon Home Internet at a price you'll love. Free. Visit Verizon.com/ACP Home to see if you qualify today and bring the internet you deserve home. Services are available in select areas. Affordable Connectivity Program, ACP, is a government program providing eligible households with internet service discounts. One program discount per household. Verizon Forward is for eligible residential customers with ACP. Apply to a Verizon Home Internet plan. Discounts may vary.
Did you know your home equity is one of the most affordable ways to borrow? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal, and it's true. The rate on a home equity line is less than a credit card, a personal loan, and even a car loan. And unlike a cash-out refi, with an equity line, you get to keep your current low mortgage rate. You only pay interest on what you actually need. Plus, at Third Federal, you don't pay any closing costs. So use your Third Federal home equity
Books.com or wherever you buy your books.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got another $1,000 for you coming up at 4:30. Listen for that keyword to go fund yourself. It's about 7 or 8 minutes from now. The keyword for you, $1,000 attached to it. About 30 past every hour. So listen for that. You got plenty of chances to win. We do it through Thanksgiving. So I started up I heard from, I think it's Ron from Talmadge, who checks in from time to time. He goes, hey, I think he's the only other person I know who's on Mastodon, which a lot of people are saying is...
you tooting over on Mastodon?
It's an alternative to Twitter. I started an account there just in case. I don't quite understand, like it's all on different servers or something. I don't quite understand it, but I was like, I'll start one over there. And Ron's the only other person I know who's on there, and he goes, hey, I think the coach of the Cavs just followed me on Mastodon, and he attached a screen pic, and sure enough, JD Saladfinger. Coach of the Cavs. So I don't have any posts. I don't have any followers. I don't quite understand what's going on there, but I'm like, well, in case this becomes the new spot, and quite frankly, I don't think it will be.
No.
Why not? No harm in it.
I don't think the toots are going to...
That's what they're called, right? Toots or something?
Toots, yeah.
You get over there
it's
on...
It's similar to almost like Discord.
Yes.
Where it's way more sectioned off.
Yes. But what that does, as my understanding, is it allows people to really avoid
the things that they don't want to...
vitriol and the toxins that are on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, nothing goes smoothly with Elon Musk at the helm. This guy's basically good at stock manipulation and having kids. He ended up, he's pretty much turning Twitter into a one-man show. And depending on who you talk to, it either doesn't matter or people are really, really freaking out about, not freaking out, but like pissed or I don't know. But he fired about half of the people who work at Twitter on Friday and then realized he needs some of them back.
Oh.
He fired about 3,700 people on Friday.
Damn. I didn't know it was that many.
Yeah, because he's like, yeah, I mean, well, because for the first time ever, I think by the end of this week, Zuckerberg is going to lay off a whole bunch of people too. Because this guy's losing his shirt on this dumb metaverse. So I think a lot of these companies, part of the hubris of these tech companies and the guys who are running them is that they hire way too many people to begin with. So I'm sure that they'll set it as like, well, this is a correction, whatever. But 3,700 people is a lot of people. And Elon, again, I'm still waiting for this business genius to emerge, and people talk about Elon Musk. But he's gone back and decided, oh, I fired people that I need because this thing's a toy to him. He doesn't really know how it works. He just got himself into a situation where he wanted to be Johnny Big Balls, and now he's got to run this thing. And he's like, oh.
It's hard.
Well, we laid some of you off by mistake. And it's not like you're going to have any leverage in this. You're
like,
going to
I want double the salary.
Right. You're going to want your job back. So it's not like they've got any bargaining. He's just going to go, hey, I need you to come back. Okay. I didn't want to lose my job in the first place. He laid off people on the trust and safety team. He let all the content moderation people go, or most of them. I think maybe they had a few hundred of those. He was down to 13. He let teams go that were responsible for communications and content curation, engineering teams. So, and on the one hand, you might have already seen too that he is banning anyone who impersonates someone else. So all these people
specifically him.
Specifically him.
He was pissed.
Yeah, but you can't get upset with people impersonating other people and then say, well, now I'm going to charge you to be verified, which is why they did verification in the first place. I don't know. So this guy's desperate to make money with Twitter, which it never did. So he crazy overpaid for this dumb thing. Now he's desperate to make money. He's pissing off advertisers. A lot of advertisers who have paused their buys for now to see what the hell is going to happen. So, and the guy himself, he's so painfully unfunny that anybody who like tries to snap out at him, it doesn't land. So people making jokes like about him, it doesn't land because he's not funny. It'd be one thing if people were like the move for him would have been to say he was impersonating Kathy Griffin. Kathy Griffin is arguably one of the high-profile people who were pretending to be him. Not even. She like changed her name to Elon Musk. So you got these people like Musk and Zuckerberg and blah, 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 who are always trying to convince us that their way is the way of the future. I mean, it's all a way to manipulate stock prices or whatever, or get VCs to give them more money. But then when they have employees who want to exert some control over their future, they get all petulant. You know, the one thing that people really decided they liked over the pandemic was working from home. And the data bears out that it's great for productivity, but the people who are in charge of things don't like it. Because part of what they enjoy so much is lording over people. That's why you overpay. Sure, that's why you overpay for Twitter. So you have people who are trying to enhance their actual life by working from home or anywhere that the tech has allowed us to be connected. And that's no good for these guys. Zuckerberg is losing tens of billions of dollars trying to get people excited about this metaverse. He's trying to sell you on these guys are trying to sell you on a future that will never come. So they don't pay attention to what the present is trying to tell them, which is especially people in the tech sector don't want to come into the office. They can work anywhere. A lot of people moved. They can work anywhere. Yeah. Productivity goes up when people work off-site. But that's no good for these guys. So they're trying to pretend like, oh, this is the future. But people are like, well, I want that future as part of my life now. Nope. Still got to be in the office at a desk. So if you're Zuckerberg, you're trying to convince people that a virtual life is the next wave, but you still got to come to the office in your real life? That doesn't make sense. So Mark Zuckerberg's going to start laying people off for the first time ever because he's got investors that are pissed. They're like, dude, forget the metaverse. But he's sunk he went all in on the metaverse. He's sunk $15 billion into it this year. He has lost $100 billion of his personal wealth. It's all on paper. But I mean, think about that.
So my girlfriend got an Oculus for her birthday from me. And the thing's fun. I really love playing with this thing. But it's not something you want to have on for more than a few minutes. So it's fun to play games like Beat Saber or, the zombie games and stuff like that. But after about 20 minutes, you're ready to take that thing off. And going into the metaverse, I did it once. Nothing to do. Nothing that I wanted to do.
It's not there yet.
It's
listen,
it's just not fun.
Zuckerberg might end up having the last laugh. Who knows? It may be too early to tell. But man, even he's got finite resources. And he controls that company. So he has complete veto power over the shareholders, anybody who's pissed. It's Zuckerberg's company. So he can do whatever he wants. They tested those VR goggles with like the military or something. Mm-hmm. And they were like, dudes were vomiting. They were dizzy.
Yeah.
So obviously, technology always improves and it may just be too early for all this to be happening, but it's weird. So there are a lot of people who are, I shouldn't say a lot of people on Twitter complaining. They determined that like 98% of the tweets come from 25% of the users. Everybody else is just kind of lurking, It's largely people in media or politics or whatever. I don't know how many regular people are on Twitter. But it's fun for now. I mean, you still curate your own experience. But I'm not getting where these guys are like these geniuses with a vision of the future. They've convinced a lot of people that that's the case. But if Twitter goes away, it's not like the world's going to change. MySpace went away. Friendster went away. There's always platforms that go away and something else replaces it and nothing explodes. So that's why I always think these guys are full of shrimp. They're like, I know what's going to... Come on, man. Show me one thing. I mean, I guess SpaceX is pretty impressive, you know, but Elon Musk, with everything else, like he's not a businessman. He's like, he's a ringleader or whatever. But I got on Mastodon because I'm like, why not? Now, again, I just did it to kind of secure my username. And, you know, if things go that way, I would need to really spend a lot more time on it. I'm following 11 people. I haven't posted anything, and I don't have any followers because there's nobody there yet. I get it. But we'll see. I don't know. I don't know. Mastodon. The band is awesome. The platform, who knows? Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. A chance for you to go fund yourself. Win $1,000 right now. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword CASH at WMMS.com. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
I'll have a chance for you to win 5:30. Listen for those keywords about 30 past the hour. Hello.
Hi. Yes. I think this is Ghost Bag. There's this ghost, and it's a bag. No, can you talk a little louder? Yeah, it does. There we go. It's kind of quiet.
I'm on that Chick-fil-A mobile.
That's better.
I'm sorry.
Chick-fil-A mobile. I need to get some.
Can't even make calls on Sunday.
No, I can't. I haven't. Bill, this is Wilhelmina.
Yeah, what's going on, Wilhelmina?
I haven't talked to you in so long. I feel like I feel out of sorts, Bill.
Well, I missed you. I'm glad to hear from you, even if your phone does sound a little subpar.
I'm so sorry.
But you know what?
I had to switch to a landline.
It's better to. I'd rather have this than nothing at all. So, how have things been?
They've been strange, Bill. I won't lie to you. They've been strange.
Why is that?
I thought of you the whole time, though.
Well, what strange things happened that?
Well, I was in the hospital for a little bit.
Oh, that's scary.
And then I was incarcerated for a little bit.
What? Okay, what were you in the hospital for?
I was in the hospital for injuries I sustained while being incarcerated.
Okay, but you were in the hospital first.
I was in the hospital first.
And then you went to jail.
And then went to jail.
And what'd you go to jail for?
And then back to the hospital.
And back to the hospital. Gotcha.
I went to jail for not paying my hospital bills. You see how
It's a vicious cycle.
It's a vicious cycle, Bill. But I thought of you the whole time.
But what was the initial thing that put you in the hospital?
I got into a bit of an altercation.
With who? Sorry, I don't mean to laugh at you. I'm not. Yeah, it is. It is. I get nervous, and so it's just nervous laughter. What was the altercation about?
I have nervous laughter when I talk to you sometimes, Bill.
What was the altercation about?
I got into an altercation with somebody at a sporting event.
Okay.
And they tried to push me over a railing.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't work. And so I hit them.
Okay.
But I guess I didn't realize my own strength. So that's what happened.
So what happened when you hit him?
Well, they went into a coma.
Oh, Jesus. What'd you hit him with? Just your bare hand?
I hit him with yes, my bare hand, I did.
And that put him into a coma. Maybe
Bill, I told you, I didn't realize my own strength.
you should maybe look into a career in MMA or boxing or something because
I don't know what that is.
I've
heard of boxing. I've never heard of
mixed martial arts.
Oh,
So it's a bunch of different fighting styles, but you fight in an octagon. And
But I'm not trying to fight, Bill. I just.
but if you had that kind of power in your hands, you could really climb the ranks.
That power everybody uses again, Bill.
Okay.
Everybody use that again.
All right, I understand.
I accidentally did it, and they ended up in a coma, Bill.
Are they still in a coma now, or are they?
Oh, my phone stinks. My
Sure
phone
does.
really sucks, doesn't it?
It actually kind of sounds a little better now.
I'm so sorry, Bill.
Yeah, it's all
Is
right.
that better?
I
only get one phone call a day, so I figured I'd call you.
Well, I appreciate you calling. So you're still incarcerated, or you're in the hospital?
I'm in what they call hospital jail. I'm in hospital incarceration is what they call it.
That sounds pricey.
You know, I don't know. All I know is I'll probably be back in regular jail and I can't pay my bill here. Boy, my phone, I'm so sorry about my phone.
Man, I'm so sorry about your phone too, because I have like a big announcement I want to tell you about.
Oh, tell me, I'm right here.
Well, I recorded a comedy special a few months ago.
That's so exciting, Bill.
It is, and I'm going to release the trailer right now. Like it's up on social media and YouTube. There's a trailer, yeah.
Do I have to go to the trailer to see it?
Well, no, you watch it on like Instagram or YouTube, and
Can I get into the trailer to see it?
it's not that kind of trailer. It's like a preview, like a video preview.
A video preview of
Yeah.
the trailer.
Yeah.
So it's just a picture of the trailer?
No.
Sitting there? 'Cause I've lived in one for many, many years.
It's not. You're not
What the hell is
understanding.
happening with my phone, Bill? I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I don't know. My phone's doing all kinds of strange
All
stuff.
kinds of
I'm so
strange
sorry.
stuff.
I should cut this short.
All right. Well,
I just wanted to check in with you. I haven't talked to you in a long time, Bill.
I'm excited to. I hope you get out of jail or hospital jail soon.
They're moving me out to the hallway. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but now they put me in the hallway.
Well, if you figure out how to use social media, you should watch the trailer and check out my new comedy special that's going to come out November 22nd on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Bill Squire.
What's it called?
It's called Bill Squire Pure BS.
Pure BS. I get it, Bill. Pure BS.
Yeah.
Because it all sucks? Is that why?
No, it's because it's my name BS.
It's your initials.
No, my initials.
That's even better, Bill.
I wish you had been at the taping. That laugh would have been so great to have in the audience.
Well, maybe the next one.
Yeah.
Let me know when the next one is.
Well, we'll see how this one goes. We'll see if there is a next one.
All right.
All right. Are you getting electrocuted?
I be, Bill. I gotta go, okay?
What was happening?
Lots of things.
What is happening?
Oh, there was a phone call, and Poundcake must have done something that makes the phone sound
Why are
bad.
you always blaming stuff?
You're the
You're
phone guy!
screener. What are you doing back there?
Nothing.
Why'd you ruin it?
I leave for approximately 6 to 7 minutes, and this is what happens. Holy cow! All right, I gotta take a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Where is their bread buttered? Right here. This show.
Rock.
And Alan Cox.
In addition to being Captain Fun, I'm a nice guy, right?
UFM home of the Cavaliers.
Straight down the lane, pow!
100.7
WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent, mazdakent.com.
PPG Industries has immediate openings for production associates at our Cleveland plant and is having a hiring event on Wednesday, November 9th from 9 to 5 at the Hilton Garden Inn, Cleveland Airport at 4900 Emerald Court. Pay is $20.16 per hour plus benefits. Come see us at our hiring event where we will be extending on-the-spot offers on Wednesday, November 9th from 9 to 5 at the Hilton Garden Inn, Cleveland Airport. That's Wednesday from 9 to 5 at the Hilton Garden Inn, Cleveland Airport at 4900 Emerald Court.
Domino's Mix and Match menu has items for every occasion. Order 2 or more items for $6.99 each. Ask for this offer 2-item minimum. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary. Bone and wings, bread bowl pasta, and pan pizza will cost extra. Local stores set delivery fees and may charge extra for some menu items, crust types, toppings, and sauces.
Hey, Nissan, how do you get to the top?
Calculating. Proceed to 1959. Take a hard left in East Africa at the 71 Safari Rally. Veer right for 19 off-road championships in the Baja Desert. Proceed towards Moab. Take the trail to Hell's Revenge. Include steep incline. Continue for the next 1,000,000 miles.
Where to first again?
60 years, millions of miles, and the capability to take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Sometimes the holidays can turn awful, so pour on the delightful for all with refreshing Italian Riuniti wine. Like when Uncle Roy asks,
Who are you voting for?
Keep it chilled with a cool glass of Riuniti. When Cousin Mike overshares,
Oof, should I tell you about my colonoscopy?
counter it with the joyful fizz of 1,000 tiny bubbles. When Nana starts her lightning round of questions,
You still single? Is that a tattoo?
ease it all with the drinkability of Riuniti. For years, Riuniti's semi-sweet fizz turns holiday awful into holiday delightful. Imported by Frederick Wildman & Sons Limited, New York, New York. Campaign financed according to EU Reg 1308-2013. Please drink responsibly.
For all your printing needs this holiday, Staples has you covered.
I need custom printed holiday cards for my one-of-a-kind business.
Staples has you covered.
It's beginning to look a lot like I need custom party invites. Fast.
I need cards for everyone who gave me a hand this year without spending an arm and a leg.
Staples has you covered with personalized holiday cards and invites. And now save 40% on custom holiday cards and invitations. For everything you need printed, go to Staples, the working and learning store. In-store and online, ends 12/17. Exclusions and restrictions apply.
Anticipation is building. The holidays are just around the corner, and at the Home Depot, we can't wait. With Black Friday savings all through November, you can count down to Christmas early with a Santa Countdown Inflatable Special Buy, only $69.98. Or anticipate when friends and family come to visit with an entrance full of LED lights that will welcome them and the holidays with open arms. Get the holiday magic started early. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
So we just switched to Verizon Home Internet.
How do you like it?
It's fast, reliable home internet at a price we love. Free.
Free? Well, tell me more.
With the Verizon Forward program and the ACP, eligible households can receive Verizon Home Internet for free.
Wait, what's the ACP?
The Affordable Connectivity Program. It's a U.S. government program that helps provide homes across the country with access to internet services.
You're telling me I can really get Verizon Home Internet for free?
Yes, there's no surprises or extra fees. No annual contracts or data caps either.
So everyone in the family can stream, search, and video chat?
Yep.
Where do I sign up?
Visit Verizon.com/ACP Home to see if you qualify today.
Services available in select areas. Affordable Connectivity Program ACP is a government program providing eligible households with internet service discounts. One program discount per household. Verizon Forward is for eligible residential customers with ACP applied to a Verizon Home Internet plan. Discounts may vary.
Dunkin' Rewards members, your Mondays just got a little bit better because now on Mondays through November 28th, only Rewards members get a free medium hot or iced coffee with any purchase. Join Dunkin' Rewards today. America runs on Dunkin'. One per member per Monday. Exclusions, additional charges, and terms apply. Participation may vary. Limited time offer.
At Giant Eagle, 'tis your season for tasty traditions and savings, like icing fresh baked sugar cookies with the kids, pouring grandma's homemade gravy over mashed potatoes, and discovering new traditions.
Door tax credit. Call Universal Windows Direct now. 216-518-8900. That's 216-518-8900. Or go to universalwindowsdirect.com. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Hey, Roman.
Hey, Hot Buttered.
My new recipe has Roman burger custard.
in Chester, Chardon Windsor Road at Clay, and Shed Road and Newcomb Road. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by the Ohio Lottery. Start your week out with a bang and play Powerball on Mondays, too. With Powerball drawings on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, you have 3 chances to win big every week. Tonight's Powerball jackpot is $1.9 billion. Get your Ohio Lottery Powerball tickets today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send a text? I'll see them there. AlanCoxShow.com. Watch live. Stream running properly?
I think so.
I was getting mixed messages here in the break over here. So,
I think it's going.
Cavaliers play tonight. Late game. They're on the West Coast for the week. So 10:30 is your start time tonight against the Clippers. Who do the Clippers have?
Kawhi Leonard.
Oh, Kawhi Leonard.
They got Paul George.
Isn't he out though?
I don't know.
Oh, well, anyway.
Paul George is good too. They got John Wall.
John Wall. So good team. Cavs have won 8 straight. Beat the Lakers last night. So 10:30 tonight here on MMS. 10 o'clock is when that Cavs Live pregame will begin. See, right about now is when you start to see daylight saving time kicking in too.
Oh yeah.
It made me so angry this morning because I woke up at my normal time, like the time I would normally get up for work, and I'm like, no, bitch, you got a whole other hour, and I couldn't get back to sleep.
This is a tough time of year for a lot of people.
So mad.
You know, where it's dark like almost all the time. And when you think about it, there's really not that much time. I mean, the clocks go forward again in March. So there's way more time in between, like for the summer and part of the fall. You get way more daylight saving time. There's only a couple of months there, but boy, those are hard months. In the Midwest, of course. If you're in Ohio, where it gets dark at noon, you don't want to feel like you're living in Alaska the whole time. So some people have they used to call it, now it's called seasonal affect disorder, which the initials for that can't be purely coincidental, but they used to just call it, what did they used to call it?
Seasonal depression?
Yeah, like the colloquial term. They used to just call it
sundowners.
Yeah, no, it was like the fall funk.
Mm.
Didn't they call it fall funk?
I don't think
Am I making that up?
Funk.
You never heard fall funk?
No.
Oh. Well, that big beaver moon is tomorrow morning. That's exciting. You have something to look forward to. I mean, you got to get up early. Poundcake will see it because he's up early.
Yeah.
You'll get up and see it.
I'm not going to get up and see it, but if
You're not?
If I'm up and I see it, I see it. I'm not going to get up to see anything.
Huh.
There's like shootings and stuff outside my place. I don't get up to see that. Like, I'm not going to.
He doesn't get up to see the shootings. Well, yeah, you don't want to pop your head up near a window.
Well, like.
That I understand.
Sometimes I pop up out of. Ow! Sometimes I pop up out of bed for no good reason. Like, in the middle of the night, I'll just hear. I'm like, I shoot up like a bat out of hell. And I'm like, what the hell?
You must have missed him.
I go out of my window. Or I go out of my bed.
You go out of your window to see.
I go out of my bed, look out my window, peep through the blinds. I'm like, what's going on? Making sure nobody hit nothing in front of my house. Like,
yeah.
I just don't want it to be in my house. Don't inconvenience me when I'm on my way to work, please. Don't block
You don't
off
throw your
streets.
house coat on and just barge out there and go, officer, I saw the whole thing.
No.
That old Eddie Murphy bit?
Usually I just hear the aftermath. Like, there was, down the road, there was someone who ran their U-Haul into the side of their house.
Sure.
And I heard, I'm like, who's destroying my house? And I'm like.
Oh, like they backed into the house. They didn't drive through their house or something.
No, they were like backing up the driveway and they hit the side of their house. So it made a huge noise. I'm like, did a bomb just go off? And I was like, oh, nope. Someone just backed the U-Haul into a house. And I just went right on back to sleep.
I've been sleeping. There hasn't been a night yet where I have slept with the windows closed. I slept with the windows open every night.
It's great. Saturday,
It's like 72 degrees out.
Saturday, it was almost 80. I turned my air conditioner on in my bedroom for a little bit because it's so hot.
Yeah. So, people have a difficult time with this time of year in the Midwest. And, Alan, you were talking about Lionel Richie. Did you see the picture of his girlfriend? I did. You see the picture of Lionel Richie and his girlfriend?
No.
He's 73 and she's 33, I think. He was just at the he got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, or he was there to induct someone. But yeah, Lionel Richie's girlfriend is considerably younger. That's putting it mildly.
Dude, his plastic surgery is older than hers. Than her. Like,
right.
He looks weird.
You think so? So he's currently like on one of these shows. What's the show he's on? X Factor or America's Got Problems?
I think he's on American Idol.
I think it's
American Idol. Okay. So his girlfriend, Lisa Parigi, is 40 years younger than he. They've been together like 8 years. They've been together a while. But he's smart. So, okay, yeah, he had some plastic surgery, but the guy can still sing his ass off. He's still dyeing his hair. So he's got like dark hair. He's got the dark mustache.
I feel like if you're going to be 73, let a little bit of gray sneak in the temples and stuff.
I don't know about that.
I think the all the way black thing looks, the all the way dyed is not a great look.
I think the trick is to, because you got to do it early. The trick is to keep your look the same way the whole time. And Lionel Richie's look has been the same way the whole time. Like, you know how Michael Douglas went gray? The actor Michael Douglas went gray.
Yeah.
And then he started coloring his hair again recently, and people don't know if it's for a role or if he's just coloring his hair again. But that color, when your hair is that gray, doesn't really take. It's why I stopped coloring my hair. My hair used to be blonde and brown and long, and who cares, right? You got to stop doing it because gray hair doesn't really take that color very well, and you don't want to be walking around looking like,
Steven Seagal.
Well, that's like the jet black vibe. But I mean guys that have gray hair and just try to color it a little bit, you end up looking like your hair is like the color of rust water. You don't want that.
But if you're Lionel Richie, like, you can go to a place and they can do it and they're going to do a good job. I'm not saying get just for men and do the blend thing. Like, he can go to a stylist and they can give him a very natural look that has a little bit of gray, the salt and pepper look.
Maybe he didn't want to do it.
And he just goes, nah.
Yeah.
Give me that ink tone.
Didn't want to do it. Listen, a guy who got plastic surgery on his face is not going to let his hair go gray. So Lionel Richie's girlfriend, he's 73 and she's 33 years old. It's like Cher came out too with a much younger boyfriend. Cher's dating a very young dude. Well, young for her. She's 76, and her boyfriend is some producer who's 36. And says that he treats her like a queen, which is the way it's supposed to work. A guy named Alexander Edwards. So, listen, he gets TMZ famous. She gets to look like she still got it. I mean, respect to Cher, but she's 76 years old. They're not having sex. They're not, but you get some photos taken and people talk about you.
What if they are having sex?
Dude.
They gotta be.
Why?
But
wouldn't you?
He goes from Amber Rose to Cher.
Mm-hmm.
Like.
What if they are having sex?
He's got a kid with Amber Rose.
So? But what if Cher still gets it in?
Maybe. I'm just saying, as great as these people look, okay, as great as they look, we're seeing them in clothes. 76 is 76, man. You get the face done.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you a personal anecdote. I was 25 years old. I was brand new in a new market. I just moved to Kalamazoo, Michigan. My first full-time radio gig. I posted a Throwback Thursday photo last week. That was nothing to look at, right? I'm wearing like golf shirts, and it was the 90s. I'm brand new at the radio station. I'm in a town I don't know anyone, and I'm on the prowl. So, I'm hanging, and I had kind of just started drinking again and whatever. or drinking, not even again. Anyway, I'm 25. And I get down with one of the sales managers one weekend. And she was 42, which is not old, but when you're 25, the age difference is considerable. But I was like, she was pretty foxy. She looked great. She kept it together. Well, when I got her down, like, it spanks and it's the whole bit. So it's like, you can look great, but when everything comes off, Cher is 76 years old, and this guy is 36. So it's a whole, oh, haters gonna hate, we're in love. And they may very well be. Cher's probably a super cool chick, but she's 76 years old. There's no way around that. And the only people that go, love ain't nothing but a number, old people say that. And the young people who are dating them. So, if it's the perfect marriage of a guy who clearly people who know him are like, this dude's a climber. Whether or not he's climbing Cher is something else. And that's a good way for her to stay in the public eye. Look, I'm on the arm of this hot mid-30s dude. And,
But why?
Does she believe in life after love? It seems that she does.
Well, she's getting pretty close to life after life.
Well, the thing is, though, is that imagine you're the guy, though, because you are taking a much bigger calculated risk than Cher is. Cher's got nothing to prove. But this dude, like when you're with your boys, they all have the same question, which is, bro, are you up in those guts or what?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I want to know.
What's happening? So, I mean, But Amber Rose, hotcha. But Cher always dates younger dudes, right?
Yeah, I mean, good for her.
She dated Tom Cruise.
Also, she doesn't really have options.
It goes the other
She
way
was
all
with,
the time.
Gene Simmons back in the day, Richie Sambora. Tom Cruise was 23 when she was 38. They were dating. She dated Warren Beatty and married Sonny Bono before she got her teeth fixed and the whole thing.
The Sonny Bono thing still throws me through a loop, how he died.
He hit a tree while he was skiing.
Yeah, which is because I heard that as a kid and I was like, oh, okay. But then you're like, wait, that's actually wild. That's a wild way to die.
It's almost like cartoony.
Yeah, it's very cartoony.
And
it's
I imagine the arms and legs.
Goofy would have shook that off, but Sonny Bono don't got it like that.
Or he goes right through the tree and it's just like the imprint of his body, the outline.
Or he's carrying it with him.
Like Bugs Bunny?
He's got it like he's skiing down the mountain holding on to the tree.
The last thing you want is for people to come by and then have to peel you off. And like his arms and legs are sticking out, but his body is just like, it comes with the bark.
But isn't that how Liam Neeson's wife died? Natasha Richardson, that actress.
Oh, really?
She was skiing and hit her head on a rock or something.
Okay.
And that's how she died. So he's not alone in like a skiing accident, but yeah, he 98, he's been dead a long time now. He was skiing in Tahoe and going too fast, and he hits a tree head on.
Wild stuff.
Now, his headstone says, and the beat goes on. I mean, I get what they're doing there, but if those are the circumstances around your death, not sure that you want to, I don't know.
You don't let those circumstances around your death stop you from having a cool quote on your headstone.
Guess so.
What was your headstone quote?
But he's a Republican. He was a Republican congressman for a couple of terms, and he was always trying to introduce some legislation where artists weren't getting screwed on royalties. He had skin in the game.
What would your quote be for your headstone?
Well, I'm gonna get cremated.
I know, but if you
to play along, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Fart your farts.
Yeah, fart your farts is yours. See, I don't have a cool catchphrase like that.
Yeah, that's a cool catchphrase. Fart your farts.
I don't have one like that.
And now that they have TV screens and stuff that they can put in, I'll just have my comedy specials playing on a loop. We can have episodes of this show playing on a loop.
Yeah.
We'll cut out the commercial breaks and just let them go and go.
Yep. Be just a loop of me screaming a pound cake.
That's what the people want.
And people will go, "Who's Poundcake?" And they'll go, "He's buried
He
3
died a
spots
long
over. He
time
died at
before,
35." Yeah. Oof.
Way before everybody else.
This poor guy. So, I mean, Sonny Bono was 62 when he died. I mean, that's youngish.
That is young.
And that's no way to go.
Shouldn't have been skiing.
Huh?
Shouldn't have been skiing at 62.
Why? There's all kinds of people who ski and don't die when they hit a tree.
I'm terrified. That's why I don't want to ski.
That's why other people shouldn't ski, because you're terrified of it?
Because stuff like that, I won't be able to stop. I really don't even know how to stop on rollerblades. Like, I've never learned braking. I just know to run into a
there's
wall.
brakes on
the rollerblades.
You didn't learn to run into a wall. You either do the T move or there's brakes on the skates.
I either like keep going around and around until like I slow down and I come to a stop and I can just kind of like paddle my way to the end of the rink. But I never learned how to stop. I learned at Country Skate Land that you just run into a wall and put your arms out. And then,
but nobody taught you to run into a wall.
And
You had to have seen other people stopping on their skates.
Roller skates have a brake
in the back.
No. If you're rollerblading, it's in the back, and all you do is lift your foot up. Like, you lift your toe up, and then the heel goes down.
You tip it back.
And you're stopping. And you're like, I'll just run into the wall.
Yeah.
Huh.
I haven't been on rollerblades in years.
Well, and given what you've told us, you should never be again.
Yeah. Do they have rollerblades or roller skating at the Studio 117?
No, I don't think they have.
They should have a roller. I think a roller skating rink would be real fun.
No, because it's just like, I'm sure there's one around here. Each small town, like, that's like the meeting place for all the kids.
Right, but I want one for adults. I don't want a bunch of kids there.
But
I want to watch a bunch of
rollerblading
hot gay dudes roller skate, man. That's what I want to see.
Rollerblading is
shirtless.
a kid sport.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Skating and rollerblading is a kid sport. Like, teenagers do that. Adults don't rollerblade or skate.
Yeah, back in the day, they absolutely did.
Back in the day, not now.
Well, fine, but what I'm talking about, it's not a children's sport. First of all, it's not a sport.
It's not a sport.
It's an activity.
What is?
Well, there's the roller thing.
Roller derby.
Yeah.
But rollerblading, just as a thing, was not the domain of children when they first came out. It was the domain of, gay men. And
why gay men, though?
Because that was what you told, if you were a straight dude and you told people were rollerblading, they were like, oh, really?
Like, you have the it just seems like something that gay men would enjoy.
Well, that was the stereotype when they first became a thing.
I feel free.
But I rollerbladed a lot in the early 90s.
Country Skate Land was everything. We had that all-night skate. You find you a honey dip and get in the back of the rink.
Yeah,
blanket.
roller skating rink is the domain of children. But at least Sonny Bono knew how to ski. Like, Natasha Richardson was taking a beginner ski lesson in Canada, and she fell and hit her head. And she's like, I feel okay. And then she went into a coma and died because she ended up with like a brain bleed or something. She was real young.
Yikes.
She's 45. She's foxy, too. But rollerblade, nobody taught you to crash into a wall. So what if there's no wall? What if you're in the park? You got to point yourself to a tree?
You run into something to stop yourself.
No, no one would teach you to do that.
I don't know if I was taught
Hey,
that.
how do
That's what he extrapolated from all the information he had. He saw everybody else doing stuff, but he's like, this is just how I'm going to stop. I'm not going to try and
Well,
learn.
I would get close to a wall, and I would, like, put my arm on the wall, and then it would slowly start to slow me down, and then I would, like, stop. Or, like, if I'm going real fast, I'd get to the edge. And
So you mean when you're parallel with the wall?
Not always.
You're not running into the wall.
He would run
Sometimes
into the wall.
But you had to have seen the people you were with stopping. Why couldn't you just mimic what they were doing?
Because I was a little clumsier, and I was afraid that if I put my foot down in the front or in the back, I'd fall forward or backwards.
So you'd rather shatter your hands flying into a wall?
Listen, I wasn't going 30 miles an hour on these skates. I didn't hit the wall hard enough to hurt myself, but that's just how I would stop. I knew I was going towards the wall, so I would lose momentum, and I'm like, all right, now I can stop myself. And then I would,
So you never learned
over.
You never learned to turn. Do you know how to ice skate?
I did it one time, and I did not fall, ironically.
Right.
I did it one time. I did not fall. We were at Lock 3 in Akron, and I don't know what we were there for.
But there are no walls to run into there. I mean, the walls there are waist high.
I ran into the side of the ring.
When they set up all the stuff over here, Public Square, we can go as a show and go do a skate as the show.
Oh, so fun.
Gay.
Very gay. Super gay. It's the season to be gay. Happy.
'Tis the season to be gay.
Yay!
All right.
We'll don our gay apparel.
Oh, it is. It's right there, isn't
Yay!
it? Oh, let me get myself some gay apparel. I'll do it.
Sealy Clothing Company.
Yay! Well, yeah, my contention is that no one would have taught you to run into a wall.
I learned it so long ago. I don't know who taught me how to skate. I learned how to rollerblade first, which rollerblading is a lot harder than skating. So I think at some point I grew out of my rollerblades, like I physically grew out of them, and then I would rent skates from the rink, and then that stopping was totally different on four skates rather than all in a line.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, then we've got to, we need to take Poundcake skating and teach him how to stop.
I'm good. I really don't want to.
You don't want to?
What do I need to skate for? I haven't skated in years.
Because you never know. It's going to be winter time, and what if some dude goes, let's go ice skating? You don't want to be hemming and hawing. Is there going to be a wall I can run into?
No, I'll
if
grab
things get
onto
hairy?
Him.
Huh?
I'll grab onto him since he's so confident in his skills.
Yes, but if someone's hanging off of you, you're both going to fall.
Well,
you can be confident in your own skating skills, but you're not planning on someone grabbing you and throwing you off your center of gravity and the whole bit.
Is a nice metaphor for how Poundcake lives his life.
Yes. Just grab onto someone else.
Grab onto someone else or crash into a wall. There's no time to learn. No time to. It's not important to take time to learn the proper way to do things when you can just do it this way.
You got to get in there in the. All right, everybody. Oh, hold on. What? Hey, where's my thing? Everybody, let's skate. Find a wall to run into. I'm not feeling it. But these were the songs that they played when I was at the Skate Inn, SK8INN. You got to have a good pun.
They played Disco Inferno. Ooh, it was jumping in there.
Any of you see that guy out there who keeps running into the wall? It's not his fault. That's how he's been taught.
Yeah.
To stop. So make sure that you, if you run into him, no pun intended, get over there and help that young man out, all right? Don't let him grab onto you. That's what he does. Keep your distance. Keep arm's length. But welcome to the Skate Inn, and go get yourself a roll of tokens to play Defender. And cheese pizza is only $2 a slice at the snack bar. Right, because it wasn't the concession stand, it was the snack bar is what it was.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, all I'm saying is if you go ice skating with a paramour, the last thing that you want is to be the guy that grabs onto them and pulls you both down. You want to know how to do it a little bit so you look like the cool guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Especially if you're with a pair or more.
You consenting adults, it's fine.
I was going to say like 3 or more, 4 or more.
You want to get in there being the cool guy. I don't know why you wouldn't want to go into any situation knowing as much as you possibly can. Why leave it up to chance?
Correct.
That way you can be inviting other people to skate. You don't have to just rely on, if somebody asks you and then you freak out, you're like, oh my God, what am I going to do? You go, hey, let's go slap some blades on and get out there.
If someone had like a skating themed birthday party, I'd probably go.
Yeah, okay. Well, all right, well, do you know any 12-year-olds?
I hope not. Things he said.
I know. I got to take a break. Hey, I'm going to have Cavs tickets for you on the way back. I think when Portland's in town, the Trailblazers are in town is the game I'm going to hook you up for. Where is it here? Cavs, yeah, Portland on the 23rd of this month at the Romo Fijo. So we'll do those after the break. If you want to text for something, 35192. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 is coming up here. You can go fund yourself at 5:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio
Store. Listen to what you want, when you want, wherever you want to. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all the music, radio, and podcasts you love.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
All right, your Cleveland Cavaliers are creating some very exciting basketball right now. Cavs are going to take on the Portland Trail Blazers on the 23rd of this month. I think that's Thanksgiving Eve. So you can see them at the Romo Fijo. You go to Cavs.com for any and all scheduling and info and all that. Cavs, Trailblazers, November 23rd. For you, caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Center for the Potentially Entertaining.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Cavs West Coast tonight, 10:30 here on the Buzzard. They're playing the Clippers after a big win over LeBron and the Lakers. They've finally managed to win a couple of games, I guess.
Yeah.
So what are they attributing his inability to really make things happen out there? It seems very, very unlike him. He's kind of in a Tom Brady thing right now.
He's just got a team that can't make shots around him.
Huh.
You got Russell Westbrook, who is a notoriously bad shooter.
Okay.
And then you have Anthony Davis, who's has a hard time staying healthy. And because they broke the bank to get those two guys, they're surrounded with these role players that they have to sign for the minimum.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
A bunch of young dudes that aren't seasoned enough.
Right.
Huh. Well, there you go. Cavs, Clippers in L.A., 10:30 tonight is your first tip. 10 o'clock.
And when was that game that you were giving tickets away for?
The game I was giving away tickets for is November 23rd, which is Thanksgiving Eve.
Oh, that's a day after we're taking that break. The 23rd, 24th, 25th, right?
That's correct.
And then
yep, we'll be off those 3 days for Thanksgiving.
And I was telling Wilhelmina this earlier. You weren't here. But
yeah, I missed that whole thing.
Yeah, Wilhelmina, I figured I'd break the news to her first about my comedy special coming out on November 22nd.
That's exciting.
Very exciting. I got to watch a rough cut of it over the weekend.
Yep.
Did some little tweaks, some edits, put a trailer up on YouTube and all the social medias. Very excited about it. It's very good. Very proud of it.
It's going to be called Pure BS, if I recall.
Pure BS.
Yeah.
And it's going to blow your mind how much it's going to cost to watch it.
I mean, if it's $50, it's a bargain at twice the price.
Way less.
$49.99.
Even less.
$48.
That was your last guess, and you're wrong every time.
Oh, I was way off?
It's going to be free to stream on my YouTube channel.
Wow.
Yes.
Free, you say?
You can stream it for free.
Holy
on my
mackerel.
YouTube channel. And it's... everyone I've shown parts has reacted real well to it. I'm just very happy with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very excited. So I'm going to do that 22nd because I figured going into the long weekend, holidays, people are looking for things to watch. I'm banking on the people that don't spend time with their families.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a lot of people, listen, at least it used to be back in the day. I don't know if it still holds, but that Wednesday night before Thanksgiving, historically, was like the biggest club night of the year.
Right.
Because everybody comes home from college.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
It's still a big night. I'm doing a show in Warren that night, but I figure, Tuesday and then going in Thanksgiving, you eat something, you want to put something on, have some laughs. Watch the comedy special. Enjoy it.
Yeah, people need to kind of get their yayas out that Wednesday night because they know they're most likely going the next day.
Right.
To sit there with their family and, which is, for some people, that's no fun at all. I mean, for everybody, it's a little wonky, but it's no fun at all for a lot of people. So that'll be out on the 23rd of this month.
22nd.
That'll be out on the 22nd of this month.
22nd of November.
Mm-hmm.
Pure BS. Stream free.
Beautiful.
On YouTube.
You can leave us messages on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line anytime you like. It's always there for you. I came back, after a long weekend, we get that girl that I refer to as the caller.
Oh, I love the
who
caller.
calls a lot. I think she's blind. I think I've been able to infer that from some of her comments. I think she's somehow, I don't know if she's in the Darnell camp where she's blind and is confined somehow. But I came into work this morning and was checking my voicemail inbox, and she left 54 voicemails.
Is that a record? That's got to be a record.
I don't know, but that's a lot.
That is a lot.
Yeah. She left, I had about 70 total from the end of our show Friday, from when we went off the air Friday to this morning. I had 70 voicemails of people using the after hours line. 54 of them were from her. And I've gotten to the point, for a while, I was listening to them to see if there's any there, but they're uniformly so unbelievably banal that I just started automatically deleting them. Once in a while, I get so many of them so regularly that at any time, if I'm in the mood to listen to some of them,
there's always some to pull from.
Maybe. I mean, I've listened plenty of times, and there's really not much of anything.
Right, but I mean, there's always, she's always leaving them.
It's a steady stream of them.
Yeah.
Steady flow. So, but plenty of other people call too, and you can use the after hours line, 216-986-8903.
Hey guys, it's Connie and Hinckley. I was listening to the iHeartRadio show from, I think it was yesterday or the day before. And I have a question about Terry the Goat. How does she pick the games? Like, logistically, how does she pick them? I remember forever ago you explained, like, I don't know. I'm so confused. How is she picking these? Are they putting team names in a bag? What is happening? Please help me out. Bye.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll explain it again. Terry the Goat is Al Marcinek is our bureau chief out in Carlton, Pennsylvania, and he runs Marcinek Farms. And Terry is one of his goats. And what happens is he has rocks in her feed box. So when he lets her out of her pen and she runs over to the prognostication station or whatever he calls it, and there are rocks that have the team logos on either side. And so when she eats, these rocks will invariably be displaced and fall on the floor of the barn. And those are her picks. So the logo that lands up is the way she determines. That's right. So he's not
using that method. Last week, she went 8-0.
8-0 last week. Now, she did not have a winning week this week. But, so it's not like Al's painting her hooves and has a giant grid, and that's how she picks the games.
Ooh, that would be fun, too.
It's as simple as the rocks fall out, and the logo that's facing up is considered the team that's going to win. Now, last week, she gave me 9 picks, and she went 4-5. She picked.
Still not terrible.
No, it's not terrible.
Considering it's a goat knocking rocks out of a bucket. Like, that's pretty good.
That's right. The games she picked correctly, she picked the Bengals over the Panthers. That very much happened. She picked the Jags over the Raiders. She picked the Vikes over the Commanders. And she picked the Chiefs over the Tennessee Titans. She also picked the Packers over the Lions. That very much did not happen.
No, it did not.
She picked the Bills over the Jets.
That did not happen
She
either.
picked the Colts over the Patriots.
The Colts fired their coach because they lost so bad.
Yes. Frank Reich. Is that his name?
Yep.
Yeah. This guy. Because he got fired from the Colts years ago. He was like their DC or something, and they fired him, and then they go, well, because I think he took the Eagles to the Super Bowl or something. So they go, well, come back and coach the Colts. But
I don't think he did I think he was the defensive coordinator for the Eagles.
Well, he was the OC for the Eagles.
Or the OC.
Yeah, he wasn't the head coach, but that Super Bowl
was with him.
Run, is what got him the Indy gig. Upside is he can finally get the hell out of Indianapolis. She picked the Cardinals over the
really
Seahawks.
Don't like that place.
It sucks. And no offense, Indianapolis bureau chiefs. You know how people do that?
They know what it
They insult you, and then they go, no offense.
No offense. I mean.
And she picked the Rams over the Buccaneers, too. Football is upside down this year, right? Aaron Rodgers stinks. The Rams are flailing like who,
The Jets are good.
The Chargers and the Falcons, two teams that will always find a way to lose, and they get pitted against each other. And Bill's Chargers.
That's right. Bolt up. Did I do it? Bolt
up. Yeah. So it's been a wild week of football.
Giving up on the Browns and then becoming a Chargers fan might make it so that I just don't watch football anymore. Even though the Chargers are...
Well, they beat them. They beat the
winning,
Falcons.
Still not super entertaining.
Well,
that was...
L.A.'s not a football town. Even though they got two friggin' teams, they keep trying. The Browns had a bye week. A lot of teams had a bye week.
Yep.
Anyway, so in answer to your question, whoever you were, thank you. That's how Terry picks her teams. And this week she went 4-5. Coming off an 8-0 week. So we will get week 10 picks from her this Thursday, and we'll hear what she's got to say. I got some money for you. It's $1,000, chance for you to go fund yourself, so listen closely, and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BILLS at WMMS.com. That's BILLS. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
No, I'm not going to play all 54 messages from that girl. I'm not going to do that.
You should just play them when we're off for holiday break. Just make one episode of the show.
Yeah.
Just her.
Yep. You thought I was annoying. Yeah, wait till I play those on a loop.
It doesn't even have to be a loop. It can just be one continuous.
That's what I mean, like a string of her messages. One big,
yeah.
long, unbroken thread that will make zero sense to anyone other than her.
I don't even know if they make sense to her.
Well, she calls so randomly and so frequently that it's just whatever crosses the transom of her mind is what she leaves on the... So I think it's because, I think this happened with Darnell too from time to time, is that blind people have access to these kind of recording things that are on when they want them to be on, but they always can leave. I don't know if it's part of a Braille thing or whatever it is, like some computer thing. And so she's constantly calling the after hours line. And the messages range from complaints about people she knows to things about this show. If they were all about the show, I'd be way more inclined to play them because that would be more entertaining. But that's not the majority of her messages. Most of them are just kind of personal anecdotes that are rattled off, and sometimes those can accidentally be humorous. Alan, my wife and I have a skating rink down the street from us. We get good and high and then walk down the street and skate. It's good exercise, fun as hell. We'd gladly take Poundcake.
Good and high? What type of...
Though I bear no responsibility for his broken wrists.
Absolutely not. I'm not going to do that.
You don't want to have any fun, do you?
No.
Not his thing. He does not like fun.
Why not?
That's not my idea of fun. Now, if you want to go for like a nice walk while high.
A nice walk while high. Well, yeah, anybody can do that. It's the ice skating while high.
No.
That this guy and his wife like to do.
Slice my fingers off or nothing?
Well, because first they are getting high and then walking. They're just adding the skating part at the end.
I'm not coordinated like in everyday life, and now I'm going to get on a pair of like...
Right, but you know how hyper-focused people get when they're high. What I'm saying is, what if you found yourself
being very talented,
to be unbelievably coordinated when you were high on a pair of ice skates? Have you ever accidentally discovered that you were good? Like the anecdote I always use is in high school, I discovered accidentally that I was a phenomenal archer. Purely by accident, I had some acumen for it. I was an unbelievable archer. Now, that's nothing I'm ever going to use in real life, but to stumble onto those abilities for somebody like me who's not athletically inclined is interesting. What if have you never found that you're accidentally good at something?
I was okay at track in like distance-wise. Not like I wasn't super fast, but I had really good stamina. So I was accidentally good at that because I wanted to be like a relay runner. Done karate. I've done a lot of things. Bitty wrestling. Oh, wrestling. I forgot about that.
So you call yourself uncoordinated, but you wanted to be a runner.
But I was I wanted an extracurricular activity. Like, I didn't do anything after school. And this was in the process of finding myself. And I didn't know what my abilities were. I knew I had no interest in basketball, football, and baseball was out of season. So I wasn't going to give up my summer to play baseball.
I don't even necessarily mean confined to sports. Been something that
I accidentally was good at wrestling.
Because you were small? You were wily?
I was fast.
Fast, okay.
You're quick.
Like, yeah,
slippery.
They couldn't pin me down. They couldn't get a grip on me. I would grab them before they would grab me, obviously.
Yeah.
So they couldn't.
It was like wrestling a watermelon seed. Yeah. This guy.
Yeah, that's a great metaphor for my life. They couldn't pin me down, and
boy, I got pinned a lot freshman year.
Nope,
I stunk. I had to work to get better. Huh.
But that's the thing, though. That's why I find it so weird to do things that you don't really like. Because I did wrestling, but I had no interest in doing it. It was just trying to find something that I enjoyed. So I didn't really enjoy it. I tolerated it because it was an extracurricular, and I was accidentally good at it. So my teacher at the time, our coach, he was like, we have a spot for you on the team if you want. I was like, nah, I'm good.
What weight class were you?
This was middle school, Alan. So I don't know. I don't remember that.
Oh,
far
this was
back.
So this was like pee-wee wrestling.
It was bitty wrestling.
Oh, this wasn't high school. Bitty wrestling.
That's where he got his famous catchphrase. I think you know which one, Alan.
Oh, that's right.
He grabs them first.
Yes, yeah. I remember that.
Oh, this is what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know where you grabbed him. In the bum. That's where he got him.
And then the kids will be like, I don't want to wrestle this guy.
God, he's so
I'm undefeated.
Oh, God. He's undefeated. That's right. Well, it's all coming together. Another piece of the Poundcake puzzle comes together.
Did that for 2 seasons, and I was pretty good. But I was just like, nah, I don't want to do this no more. This isn't any fun. You're like, really? You're kind of like good. I'm like, no, I don't want to go home. I want my afternoons back. I don't want.
Well, yeah. Listen, practice and all the crap that comes with being on a team sport sucks if you're not in it 100%.
And that's the thing. I had the.
I wasn't into it either, but I wasn't going to bail because I didn't want to look like a puss.
But it wasn't even about being a puss. It was just like we got out of school at 3. Practice would go to like 5:36, and I'm like, I was like, I'm not doing this. I want my 3. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna go home, eat whatever.
Every minute I'm here, guys, I'm not at home waking my mom up.
Yeah.
My mom was at work
getting uninterrupted sleep right now.
Yeah.
I got to bring my bitty bum home so I can make sure that she's stressed out.
This cannot stand. Did you have, I guess mat maidens would have meant nothing to you, though. Probably didn't have them in middle school.
What is a mat maiden?
Wrestling cheerleaders. If your school was lucky enough to have they called them mat maidens.
We didn't have that in middle school.
Oh, boy. Nothing that got me more focused than having these cute girls in school watch me get my ass kicked on the mat
in a leotard.
You're looking at the
girls trying to keep from getting a
well, no, you're wearing a cup, but I mean it was the headgear, the whole dopey bit.
Yeah, man.
I'm 110 pounds soaking wet, and I'm like, I got to get better at this.
The team was only like 4 people, so I was like 1 of 5. It was not a.
How did you practice? Who did you wrestle?
Each other.
You broke off at 2 teams of 2?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think, man, yeah, it was.
4 people.
I think we started out with a lot more, but people just like dwindled down. I was like,
they saw how quick you were, and they couldn't get your bitty bum. They're like,
yeah, no,
I'm bailing.
It wasn't that I was the strongest. I was fast, and they couldn't get a grip on me.
Yeah,
I would slide on.
Wily. He was greased up. He's probably sweaty.
Probably.
All right, I gotta take a break here. That's like a behind the music now with this song. That's exciting for him. All right, let me take a break. You want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch live. And you can text from, or listen rather, wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text? I got hit up by a lot of listeners asking me if I was at the Detroit show. Merciful Fate, King Diamond. Merciful Fate goes back out on the road. They played Detroit on Saturday night, and I was surprised at how many listeners were there and asking if I was there, and I was not. I'm bummed. I would have really liked to have gone to that show. King Diamond here in Cleveland, a year or so ago at the Agora, was one of the high points of my adult life for live music. And taking his original band Merciful Fate out, they're only doing a handful of dates here in the States. They're not coming here, but they were in Detroit on Saturday. I was not able to make that show. But thank you for thinking of me. Cavaliers play tonight, West Coast, 10:30 is the start here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. So 10 o'clock is when Cavs Live will begin.
Alan, please, today, explain to us how I can get old-timey Christmas as my ringtone. Please, that's all I'll ever ask of you. See you in hell.
You know, I have not heard from management. You know, we talked about how Magic 105.7 is going to flip to Christmas on Friday. I don't know when. It'll be under the watchful eye of one Mark Nolan, with whom we share this studio. The Mark Nolan Show is the morning show there on Magic. And then...
he's the reason when things don't work, his fault.
Or vice versa. He might come in here in the morning and curse my name.
Probably.
I don't know.
I know there was one time when I was the last one to use the studio for my podcast, and then they came in and things weren't working. So,
oh, yeah, big problems.
Yeah, they're like, I'm like,
Yeah.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah. Well, the wild thing is, too, is that in the wake of our move downtown to these studios, you know, we had a long-standing ladies' lunch. It was me and Mark Nolan and our friend Chris Ty, who used to be here at Channel 3 and has been in Chicago for the past few years at their CBS affiliate. And so Nolan and I would keep the ladies' lunches going for a while. But now that we've moved downtown and we're both here at the same time, they've become ladies' breakfasts. Because
you're not going to make them wait around.
No, you have to wait to have lunch. So once a month, we go across the street to the diner, have some bacon and eggs, chew the fat, talk some shop. So it's, you know, it's a different situation. But I like eggs and I like bacon. I don't need the toast.
I like toast.
But you get me the eggs. I mean, I eat eggs every morning. If I'm not having my smoothie, I'll have some eggs. Hey, Dick.
Hey, history's being made. You know, Trump's down here in Dayton today.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
How come you're not there?
Oh, I'm not going down there with all the craziness there.
Oh, yeah.
And then the
that's
wines
just
at
Trump.
the young... Huh?
What were you saying?
Yeah. The wines at Young's Dairy in Yellow Springs, I imagine that place is packed.
Yeah, for the wine.
Pat
Yeah.
or Mike?
Yeah, it's just probably packed with people. That's probably the best place around here in Ohio to get ice cream, guys. But,
the best place in Dayton to get ice cream, you say?
No, Yellow Springs. Where
Yellow
where
Springs.
The Clifton Opera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Dave Chappelle lives out there.
Yeah, I met somebody today that played. She's in the bluegrass group now, and she asked me to come. I think the Clifton Opera House and play. She had been in our band, but she formed a band in Xenia. It's a bluegrass band, but she can probably play as good as Ralph Stanley. She's pretty good. Pretty good.
You know, Dick, I got to tell you, since I have you on the line here, I got a couple of angry messages from listeners who didn't have kind things to say about you.
Why?
Because they listen to Cincinnati radio and they hear you calling sports stations talking about how the Bengals were going to kick
let
the
me
Browns'
tell you
asses.
Now listen to me. Listen to me.
Oh, he got serious.
Okay. Listen. I respect you,
We're listening.
Mary, and Bill. And what people do, I know that happened this morning, and I don't want to say anything about it. I mean, it kind of hurt my feelings because I choose who I want. You know, I choose you, Mary, Bill. You're my friends, okay? And I respect iHeartRadio and your production manager. You guys have done a lot for me, and I owe you, all of this. I would never have
You don't owe me anything, Dick. I was just surprised because I've told you before. I said, I bet when you call Cincinnati radio, you tell them how great the Reds and the Bengals are, and you go, no, I don't do that. It's well within your right to do it, but I'm just surprised that you would say you didn't do it.
Yeah, but some of them get on me, and I don't think it's right because I'm not a person that criticizes people. I'm a person that loves people, and, my family was from up there. And Bill, I thank you. I thank Mary.
But do you root for the Bengals or the Browns?
A little bit, yeah. But my loyalty is to Cleveland sports.
Yeah.
I mean that, Alan,
No, listen, Dick, you can do whatever you want. I wouldn't know unless people called me and said, "Hey, Dick's on Cincinnati radio saying, "Oh, the Bengals are going to kick the Browns' asses."
Yeah.
I don't have a dog in that fight, but I was just surprised to hear it.
Yeah. And I respect you guys. You're my friends. And I'm your friends too, aren't I?
I mean, we've never met, but you've met Bill, you've met Mary, and they've had nothing but nice things to say.
Well, God bless you.
But it's
guys,
Dick, it's got nothing to do with being friends. I was just surprised that,
Yeah.
I mean, because it'd be different if you called Cincinnati radio stations and said, the Browns rule, but that's not what happens, right?
No. Hey, I just wanted to tell you too, Bill, and you tell Mary, Chris from Columbus, I'm learning a lot of, I told you, Van Morrison, James Taylor, Nick Jagger. It's pretty good. I've been playing a lot with them. I'm starting to learn that. Then if I go back,
what Rolling Stones are you playing?
I think Chris did Jumpin' Jack Flash.
On the banjo. Okay.
Oh, well, no, he played it on his guitar.
Yeah.
And on the banjo, one guy comes from Kentucky. He does the Foggy Mountain Breakdown.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought I'd check in. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I want to know how long you hang out. Oh, come on. Oh, Bill, you broke the silence. I wanted to see how long he'd hang on. How many times he'd say goodbye. Well, he got serious, didn't he?
Real serious. I loved it.
He got backed into a corner, and he wasn't going to hear it. Dick, I told you that when you call those stations, you tell them you're a Bengals fan, don't you? That would make sense. No. And
it's like,
of course,
let me say things.
Why
We're
wouldn't?
friends.
Yeah, why wouldn't you do that? Of course you would. You're calling local Cincinnati radio. You're gonna get on there and tell them how awesome the Bengals and the Reds and the.
Because he doesn't
Is that all they have?
He just wants positivity. He's just trying to.
He loves
spread
everyone.
Positivity.
Spread positivity, and that's why he led with, "Hey, Trump's in town. Isn't that great? All about the positivity." Right. Speaking of which, people are upset. Speaking of Yellow Springs, speaking about positivity. Dave Chappelle is going to be your host on Saturday Night Live this coming weekend, and people are fit to be tied. They can't believe that everybody doesn't think the same way they do about Dave Chappelle. All SNL cares about is, was this person a good host the last time they were on, and will it put eyeballs on our television show? And the answer to both of those questions is yes.
Yes.
And so people are like, they're finally coming around to the realization that cancel culture isn't a real thing, which, listen, better late than never. No, it's not a thing.
Did you watch Schumer this weekend?
Yeah, I never really got down with Amy Schumer. I don't know. I never got down with Amy Schumer. She's good in those sketches.
No, I think the sketches were good.
I thought that COVID bit was awesome.
Getting COVID.
Yeah,
just to get days off.
yeah.
Yeah, that was funny. What was the?
They did a Jets bit, and they did
yeah.
that. You know,
it was a very mediocre episode.
Yeah, again,
Which is what they're specializing in.
I'm slowly getting off the SNL train, and which I feel bad for the new people that are on that show. You finally get on Saturday Night Live, and unfortunately, it's at a time
now
where
Alan's giving up on you.
Well, but it's like more. You know, if you were on, I mean, everybody calls for the premature demise of that show, but it feels closer to the end. Than I think that it has.
Well,
I don't know.
Close to 50 years.
Yeah.
And so I think that might be when Lorne steps down. And I don't know what's going to happen once Lorne walks away.
Yeah, they ask, anytime somebody asks him if that's the plan, he always demurs. He's always like, I could do this forever. I never.
But you can't, Lorne, because you're old as hell. You're so old.
And super rich.
Figure it out.
Yeah. But that's also like your personal fiefdom, too. You know, you keep the network at bay. The show still makes money for whatever people think of the show. You know, broadcasting is not charity. If you don't get ratings and you don't make money for your station or the company, you're gone. It's not like people keep you, you know, people come at me and they go, oh, show sucks. I go, okay, I don't know what to tell you. This is not a charity case. They don't like, Alan's a cool guy. Let's keep him on the air. You got to make money and get ratings. And it's not a big secret. And so Saturday Night Live still makes a ton of money.
The one sketch that I did enjoy was the sketch that I liked the most was the one where she got her soup and then her friend's telling her all these sad things and she just wants to eat her soup.
Amy Schumer wants to eat the soup. Yeah.
And I totally relate to that.
Could we eat after? No. Yeah, let's eat after. Let's
eat the soup.
Yeah, so Amy Schumer, I came to the conclusion that I think her show was so funny because she had awesome writers.
Yeah.
Because everybody's like, oh my God, because she really kind of blew up from that show, from Inside Amy Schumer. But she had awesome writers for that show.
It's back now on
It
Paramount
is back.
Plus.
Yeah. But Saturday Night Live is, at least as of today, is in no danger of going away. Especially since they've been able to like repurpose it for YouTube and it's, you know, they got a cut of that anyway. As long as Universal is monetizing the show in any way they can, they don't care how people see it. I mean, the minute those segments air, they're online. So you can piece your own show together. A lot of people watch it just for Weekend Update. I'm kind of more in that camp because it's Jost and Che writing jokes, which I think is funny. They're good writers. So, I don't know. But I'll watch Chappelle's episode. Chappelle's a funny guy. But obviously people are going to get upset.
Which draws more eyeballs to it anyway.
You think so?
Yeah, because they're going to watch it. Because they're not going to just let it go silently. They want to see what he has to say so they can get mad at him.
Huh. They watch it so they can get mad at him.
Yes.
I think it's going to be like
a lot of people that do that.
Huh. All right.
I think it's one last push. You said he's on Saturday night?
Yeah.
Okay, never
the
mind.
12th, this Saturday
that's after
night.
the election. Never mind. I was going to say it's just going to be like a political push. But
It's kind of when they've been having him on.
After there's an election, yeah, right.
Well, yeah, because the last time he was on was when after Trump won, and that was when he was like,
no. He's been on a bunch of times since then.
Oh, okay.
But he was the first one after Trump won.
Yeah.
And he gave a good monologue then, and then he's been on 3 or 4 times since. Like, him and Mulaney have kind of been the go-to guys. Like, you can almost count on them hosting Saturday Night Live every season for the foreseeable future.
I think they still have enough really funny people on that show. I mean, they lost a lot of people who have been there for a long, long time. But, like, Bowen Yang is really funny. Cecily Strong's dynamite.
Was it James Austin Johnson?
Yeah, he's great, too.
He's very good. Marcelo, my buddy, he's getting more and more time.
Yeah, I haven't seen him do much.
He hasn't done much,
yet.
but he's getting on there. He's
Yeah.
getting a little screen time. You know, he hasn't carried a sketch yet. That's when you know. That's when it's big time.
Well, you only need one character to hit. You know, because everybody was all excited because they brought back David S. Pumpkins.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, it was so, I mean, they just basically recreated
the same sketch.
the
exactly.
first thing that they did with it, which made it a lot less entertaining. I mean, I love Tom Hanks. He can read the encyclopedia and I'll watch it, but
Yeah, I was fine with it.
they should have had David S. Pumpkins read the encyclopedia, is my point.
They should have had David S. Pumpkins introduce his wife. That would have been the move. Bring in, he's got to have a lady. Or maybe David S. Pumpkins ended up being gay, and they could have had Jack Harlow be his significant other.
Huh.
But they didn't do that. They just did the same sketch. That's why we should write for them.
Alan, I was a DJ at Country Skateland for years, and I'm about the same age as Poundcake. Running into the wall to stop was something the kids did there constantly. I'll never forget the noise of the skates hitting that board at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
It's almost like a car crash.
Huh. These are your little kids when this happens, you're saying? You made it sound like you were in high school and that you were doing it like that.
It was kind of played out in high school. This was, again,
Because your whole point now is that as a grown man, that's the only way you know how to stop.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would say before driving age. So middle school up until probably about 15 was when that's the place where we would go because we could stay overnight. It would be like a all-night skate. And again, you find a little honey dip and, cuddle up in the corner with a blanket and do some hand stuff. But
do some hand stuff under the blanket.
At 15, no one could drive, so all the parents would pick us up in the morning at like 6 a.m. and we were just like locked in to skate. And yeah, that's pretty much what it was. We would pick the music that we would play, sometimes karaoke. It was a good time thinking back on it. That was the place to be, Country Skateland.
Well, this dude was the DJ there this was in Oberlin?
Right on the outskirts. It's right in between Oberlin and Wellington. I think it was like Pittsfield.
Okay.
So it's just like a little township. But yep, right once you go down 58.
Was that way past like where video games phased out by then?
No.
Okay.
No. Again, this was like kids who weren't old enough to drive. It wasn't more of a like.
It's almost like a nightclub.
Like a juice bar. I know, I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was every type of kid. We had the thugs that always wanted to fight people, and then we had like the devil worshiping emo kids who would be there listening to like Godsmack, sitting in the corner, not speaking to anybody, and
But still there.
They're
like, we're still at the same place as you are, still having kind of the same fun, but we're not participating.
I want to say
because it was the only place you could go.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like 10% of the people actually skate. Like,
oh yeah,
the rest of the people would sit on the sidelines and like watch, talk, and chill with their friends because it was like bad. Like we're staying out all night, all night, bitches. We're doing an all-nighter.
God, I remember when I first moved to Pittsburgh, I was on an alternative station. We had a KISS station, and that's a much younger audience. And when I started doing appearances for my station at clubs, one of the guys I knew, the guy that was on the same time as me, the afternoon guy at the KISS station, had to do appearances at Club Zoo, which was like the kids club. It was like in a strip mall next to a giant eagle. And this guy was just hating life because it's a paying gig, obviously, but it's like 11 and 12-year-olds that are there. And you got to get on there and be the guy on the mic because those kids, but it's a kids club. I'm like, dude, you are earning every penny of that appearance fee. No fun because you're trying to talk to like kids and be a cool guy.
But yeah,
you're locked into that crowd.
Not fun.
Oh, God.
I had a good time in Oberlin on Saturday doing that Parents' Night show.
Parents' Night? For Oberlin College?
Yeah.
So probably had to keep it clean.
Yeah, I kept it. I mean, not like super clean, but they're more worried about certain topics. But those are topics.
Suing bakeries?
Yeah, things like that. No, I think just things like homophobic and transphobic stuff like that, which my material is not that way.
Right.
And
they gave you a list of things you couldn't do, though?
That's all they said was just no homophobic or transphobic stuff.
Right.
But there were some of the younger brothers and sisters were there. So like there were some kids there that were probably like 12, 13. So I kept it pretty clean. But it was a very fun show. And they were very appreciative of the material that I did do because when I do talk about trans people, it's very kind and very funny, but they're, that's not what a lot of comics do. A lot of comics just go for the low-hanging fruit with that stuff.
He took that as a personal knock on him.
He's not even joking. He just says trans people. What do you say?
He said trans people ruined everything.
That's right.
And I don't remember the context for that. Frankly, it doesn't matter because I have to go to a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text 35192. You got Cavs basketball, but not till later tonight. You get the Corey Roddick experience after 6:30, and another chance to grab $1,000 coming up here too with one of those keywords to go fund yourself.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app,